Order the regular meeting of the Wheeling Plan Commission for Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024. Please stand for the pledge. Secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Riles?
Here.
Commissioner Meyer?
Here.
Commissioner Casper is present. Commissioner Sprague is absent with previous notice. Commissioner Smart?
Here.
Commissioner Heiken?
Here.
Chairman Johnson?
Here. Ms. Nyes, any changes to the agenda this evening?
No changes.
All right. Citizens' concerns and comments, we said nobody signed up for that, correct?
Correct. All the sign-ins were for the public hearings.
Okay. And we have no consent items this evening, so we'll start with docket PV 24-0002, request for variation to permit use of shipping containers at Heritage Park in the R2 Single Family Residential Zoning District for the Wheeling Park District, 109 Community Boulevard. Mr. Secretary.
A zoning variation is intended to be a method of adjustment to equalize regulations where the zoning code has created an unnecessary hardship. A variation is designed to allow affected property owners the same rights and privileges that others enjoy in the same zoning district. In order to be granted a variation, a petitioner is required to demonstrate through testimony to the Plan Commission at a public hearing that their request meets the standards of the village code, including, but not limited to, how their individual situation is unique or unusual. Prior to the public hearing, the petitioner provides written statements meant to show that their request for variation meets the standards established in Title 19. The commission chairperson will typically direct that these statements be entered into the record without a full reading of them at the hearing. Based upon the testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board.
Thank you. You done?
Yes.
No, okay. Ms. Nyes, anything from the staff on this?
Yes. So the petitioner is seeking to install two 8-foot by 40-foot shipping containers in the northeast portion of Heritage Park Sports Complex for the purpose of storing materials. Heritage Park Sports Complex is located in 3 zoning districts. The MXT, Mixed Use Transportation Zoning District, the R2 Zoning District, and the R1 Zoning District. Those 2 are residential zoning districts. Village code only permits shipping containers for storage to be used in the industrial zoning district. So that is why they're here today, to request a variation from that section of the code to permit shipping containers in the R2 zoning district for this specific project. And the petitioner is here and confirm.
This is a public hearing, so I have to swear you in.
Sure.
Swear the testimony you're giving tonight to be the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. State your name and address for business address for the record.
Michael Maloney, 100 Community Boulevard.
Thank you.
And so thank you, Marcy, for the introduction there. We are looking to utilize shipping containers for storage out at the athletic fields. Currently, we have a lot of our materials within the concession building, and it's over the years just kind of taken over. We need to improve the workflow through that concession building, and in order to get those materials out of there, that's kind of the where we see we have to go with it. Looking at a economical, sustainable approach to a storage facility, we reached out to a company, SI Container Builds in Buffalo Grove. They get the shipping containers. Basically, they're a one-time use. They do whatever renovations to them within their shop, and then they deliver them and set them in place. So what we're looking to do is paint these to match the concession building so it kind of blends in. And we'll be able to have all of our turf maintenance equipment and materials much closer to the actual fields. And it'll be a little bit more efficient for our staff to maintain those. Eventually then we're going to add a roof structure to it so it creates a new gateway on the east side of Heritage Park as you enter the facility. We also have opportunity for sponsorship banners, logo, et cetera, that we can put on there. And I guess that's it in terms of what the intent is, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, let's see what we have.
I
Commissioner
think,
Hyken. Oh,
sorry, I think we can talk about the special use and the site plan at the same time. Can we?
yeah, I
Yeah.
guess we can.
Okay.
You can.
And then we vote on them separately. So it's the special, or the variation and the site plan, which deals with an appearance review.
Commissioner Hyken.
It looks very good. I just have, when does phase 2 start?
Phase 2 will probably happen towards the end of the summer. We want to get the containers in place before the heavy rental season. And then as our staff frees up, then we'll be able to, probably August, September timeframe.
Perfect, looks great.
Thank you.
That's it, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Smart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my question as well,
Okay.
when Phase 2 is going to start. Great, efficient use of. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Casper.
I was a little concerned when I started reading the material, but then when I saw this picture and see how tastefully this will be done, I think it enhances the park. I think it's a great idea, and I love the concept of allowing extra flexibility for the athletic fields. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Meyer.
Good evening. I love your rendering in Phase 2. It looks really nice. I know one of the premises behind this was the flexibility of your shipping containers. When you put a roof on these shipping containers, do you then give up that same flexibility?
We'll still be able to, we would have to disassemble the roof, obviously, but we would still have the opportunity to move those out of the area and move them to another location if we needed to, or abandon them altogether.
Okay. And then can you tell me a little bit about the advertising that might go on these containers? Like how, what material, how will that, how will you maintain that over time? Because obviously you may have different sponsors, year over year.
Sure, it'd be typical what we're doing with the fields themselves, probably vinyl banners that can be
Okay.
easily attached and taken down, changed out over time.
Okay. And then is there anything you need to do from a security standpoint relative to these shipping containers?
Sure, so the doors, there's going to be overhead doors, which you can see in the rendering
Yes.
on one side, and then man doors on the opposite side. So they'll have locks keyed to our system, so we'll be able to make sure everything's locked up at night.
Okay.
Safe.
Thank you very much for your responses. And again, I think it looks very tasteful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Riles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. She asked a question about the banners and the signage, which is a great question. I'm also curious about that as well. I see on the diagram here, you have it on the inside. Are you going to have some on the outside, or how do you plan on handling the sponsorships?
Potentially on the outside. We thought the inside because that's kind of the main thoroughfare through there, so that's where people are going to see it. You can kind of see in that picture, there's a goal off to the left side. We might end up moving those goals so that they're on the opposite sides between the actual field fence and then the container, so we can get them out of the way and get a little bit more room along the foul lines in case you need it for watching games and whatnot. Just a little bit more room out there.
And so you say currently you're housing material inside the concession stands?
Yeah, there's a little garage portion that's in that concession stand building, and it's just overflowed right now with different, concession materials plus, maintenance materials for the fields and whatnot. So separating those will be nice, just in terms of workflow for the staff.
And it looks like, according to this, you're expecting to expand or have more material. That's why it's you need this?
Yeah, so there is some material or some equipment that stays out So we'd like to put that back in, like there's an attachment to one of the gators that sits out along one of the fences. We'll be able to put that inside so it's not in the way of anybody, in the way of, public watching the games.
Okay. No, thank you. I appreciate it. It looks good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's a great reuse of these containers. As far as what's being stored inside, fire department, any issues?
No, they're non-combustible structures, so we're not too concerned with any issues, and they're far away from any other buildings.
All right, any other questions up here? This is a public hearing. If anyone from the public, I don't think anyone signed up for this one, but.
I'm a little disappointed nobody did.
You thought they were all here for
Yeah.
you, huh? Do we have any conditions on this?
There's no conditions on the variance. We have one condition on the site plan.
All right. So first, we'll vote on the variance if I hear a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that was
Heiken and,
Heiken and Smart.
what?
Smart.
Okay. Commissioner Heiken?
Yes.
Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Casper votes yes. Chairman Johnson?
Yes. All right, and then on,
Close the public hearing.
oh, yes, we have to close that one. Motion to close the PV 24-0002.
So moved.
Second.
Smart hiking.
Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Commissioner Heiken?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Casper votes yes. Chairman Johnson?
Yes. And then we have the minor site plan appearance request, PSP MIN 24-0013. Request to install the previously discussed shipping containers at Heritage Park for Wheeling Park District 109 Community Boulevard.
I have a condition on this one.
Okay.
It's just one condition, minor site plan and building appearance approval is contingent upon approval of the variation petition to permit the use of shipping containers for the purpose of storing materials in the R2 Single Family Residential Zoning District, docket number PV 24-0002.
So that stays on there until the village board gives their
Yes.
okay. Okay. So motion to approve the minor site plan.
So moved.
Second.
Heiken,
Meyer, and then-
Meyer, Heiken.
Commissioner Heiken?
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Commissioner Casper votes yes. Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Chairman Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll follow up with you for when the board meeting will occur.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you very
you.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You want to?
Yes. So you want to call? Okay, I can go
Well-
into it. I can go into it because we're going to do all three at once.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. So I know you all are here for the gas and wash petition. So there are technically three agenda items that cover gas and wash. There's the PUD with the gas station and convenience store with drive-through restaurant. There is the special use for the car wash facility, and then a special use for the packaged liquor store. To make this as efficient as possible, and because the comments tend to blend together, we're going to open all three public hearings at one time so that comments related to all of those matters can be done within the same public hearing versus separating them out. So we're going to read that introduction, which will be very long. But here's how the process is going to go for the public hearing. Once the public hearing is opened, the staff will give an introduction to the presentation, give an overview. Then the petitioner, the project developer, will give their presentation on the project. Then it will be time for the audience's participation, and there are three different categories of participation. First is anyone who wants to ask questions of the petitioner based on their presentation and the packet materials. What we will do is everyone who wants to ask a question will come up, they'll ask their questions, the petitioner will answer them all at the end after we get all the questions. So they'll take them down, they'll note them, and then they'll answer all the questions at the end, because likely they'll be grouped together or the same answer might multiple people's questions. And obviously, if you hear a question you have already asked, you don't need to stand up and ask the same question because it will get addressed at the end. After the petitioner has answered all those questions, if there are any follow-up questions based on what the petitioner answered, you will have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions. The petitioner will then answer those questions. Then we will move on to anyone who is seeking to introduce evidence, their own evidence in this matter. That is separate, and then people will be able to come up and provide their own testimony or evidence about this, the project. Then last will be anyone who just wants to give their public comment, their thoughts, their opinions, their feelings on this matter. That is different than introducing actual documentary evidence, and that's different than asking specific questions. That will go last. That is that was what we will follow the sign-in list for. If you've already had your question addressed or something else, or you went in a different part and you don't want to, you don't have to speak just because you signed up. You can indicate at that time. That is limited to 5 minutes a person for the general comments. And also, if it's repetitive, we ask that you not be repetitive. If you want to indicate that you support what someone else said, you can simply stand up and say, me too, or if there's groups and you've identified a representative, that is also sufficient as well for that aspect. I'll go over this again before we get to that part, but I just want to kind of lay out the process for the evening. Once all the audience has gotten a chance to speak, the petitioner will then be able to, has a rebuttal opportunity to any of the comments or evidence introduced. Then, once that is done, it'll be the Plan Commission's turn to ask questions of staff and the petitioner. And then finally, it would be any closing remarks from the petitioner, staff, and then any people who introduced evidence as well in this type of hearing. So that's the overview of what we're going to do. I know that there's a lot of people, so that everyone can hear. Please, keep decorum, remain civil and orderly so that everyone gets a chance to talk and have their opinions and their voices heard. And as I said, there's a lot of people. People are to the side, so the quieter everyone is, the better other people can hear what is going on. And as I said, I will go over especially the audience participation part when we get to that section, just as a reminder so everyone remembers. And with that, we can go move forward.
You want me to read all three of the dockets?
Yes, please.
Okay. Docket number PPUD 23-0004 is a request for preliminary planned unit development approval for a gas station with convenience store and drive-through restaurant for Lenny's Gas and Wash, Hintz Road and Old Buffalo Grove Road, LLC, 1750 and 1798 West Hintz Road. Docket number PSU 24-0007, request for special use approval for a 4,900 square foot detached car wash facility for Lenny's Gas and Wash, Hintz Road and Old Buffalo Grove Road, LLC, 1750 and 1798 West Hintz Road. Docket number PSU 24-0008, request for special use approval to permit the operation of a package liquor store for Lenny's Gas and Wash, Hintz Road and Old Buffalo Grove Road, LLC, 1750 and 1798 West Hintz Road.
And so next, we'll do the swearing in. So any,
Then you have to explain the PUD.
there's a
Special
special, sorry,
use.
did I jump ahead of you? Did you do the special uses?
Yeah, sorry. A special use, as defined in the zoning code, is a use of parcel of land that requires review and consideration before approval due to the potential for negative impacts on surrounding properties. In order to be considered for a special use, the petitioner is required to demonstrate through testimony to the Plan Commission at a public hearing that the request meets the standards of the village code village code, including, but not limited to, how the proposed use will not damage the enjoyment or use of the surrounding properties. Prior to the public hearing, the petitioner provides written statements meant to show that their request meets the standards for a special use as established in Title 19. The commission chairperson will typically direct that these statements be entered into the record without a full reading of them at the hearing. Based upon the testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board.
Thank you. Ms. Nyes.
That was open.
Okay, all right. I want to start by stating that the petitioner's application and the village staff reports are being entered into the public record. We also received a comment letter this morning that was distributed to the Plan Commission. It was on your seat today. That's also being entered into the public record. In addition to that, the village received a certificate of publication for the notice of public hearing for docket numbers PUD 23-004, PSU 24-0007, and PSU 24-0008, confirming publication on May 7th, 2024 in the Northwest Suburbs Daily Herald. The notice was also placed on a statewide public notice website by the Daily Herald on the same day. A public notice letter was mailed May 6, 2024 via USPS first-class mail to property owners located within 250 feet of the subject property. The village's standard public notice sign, which is a sign about yay big on a horse that Public Works uses, that we use for every single public notice in the village, was placed on the property on May 7th, 2024. Moving on to the request, well, we'll just leave it here. Like Mallory said, the petitioner is seeking special use approval for a preliminary planned unit development, which we're gonna just say the acronym PUD, to redevelop this northeast corner of West Hintz Road and Old Buffalo Grove Road with a gas station and convenience store and a drive-through restaurant. There's also two special uses that we're seeking approval for, a car wash and a packaged liquor store, and then also a preliminary plat of subdivision. The plat of subdivision will consolidate the two existing parcels that are located on the site, so there's just one zoning parcel. You can see the definition here of a planned unit development that's on the screen here. So a planned unit development is a special use approval. So a planned unit development is different from other type of special uses. It's a formalized review process that establishes standards and deviations for development. There's a preliminary and a final review phase in the preliminary, or in the PUD process. The preliminary PUD phase establishes the overall project layout and specifics such as access locations, building placement, internal roadway systems, green spaces, the allowable uses in the development, lighting features, landscaping, and architectural elevations. This is all in the preliminary PUD. That's the phase we're in right now. Before this, we were in the concept review phase, which is a very high-level review of the project. The concept review started over a year ago, and the project has evolved significantly since that time. And you'll hear about that in the petitioner's presentation. But the concept review meeting was first held with the village board on March 20th, 2023, and also followed by the Plan Commission on April 12th, 2023. And I believe there were articles in the newspaper following that. As I said, a planned unit development is a type of special use approval. So special uses are not prohibited land uses. They are permitted land uses. They just are different because they have unique characteristics that need a different or additional consideration because of their potential impact on neighboring land uses that could be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. So they're not prohibited. They are permitted land uses that just require additional scrutiny and are subject to public scrutiny. So in order for a special use to be approved, it needs to meet certain standards that are outlined in our zoning code, and there's 6 standards for a special use to be approved. Each of the plan commissioners must determine if the plan commission has met every standard for special use in order to approve each of these special uses. So that's an approval of a special use for the PUD, for the car wash, and for the packaged liquor store. That's 3 separate approvals. And these are the special use standards, the 6 of them. They're in the packet. They have a response to each PUD that they have submitted as part of their application, and it's part of the record, so I'm not gonna go over each one of these. Their response is in the application, or in the packet that, is in the agenda. But along with the special use standards, after reviewing them, the Plan Commission can then impose reasonable restrictions or conditions on the approval, if they so choose, to offset any potential negative impact from the development. Staff has included some conditions for the Plan Commission's consideration, but the Plan Commission can also add additional restrictions if you all agree to do so. The hours of operation are typically not limited for a special use unless it's specific to a certain use that is designated in the code. But if the Plan Commission wants to limit the hours of operation for any of these proposed uses, you will need to add them as conditions to your approval or recommendation for approval tonight. So based on, got ahead of myself. Based on the testimony and supporting materials submitted, the Plan Commission will make findings in support of or against the petitioner's testimony and report those findings to the village board. Tonight is not the final decision. The final decision for preliminary PUD approval will be decided on by the village board, which a date for that meeting will be published on an upcoming village board meeting agenda on the village website. If it gets, tonight is just a recommendation. They take everything that they see in here, and it's a recommendation that moves on to the village board. The village board then makes the final decision on the preliminary PUD. If that gets a positive vote, then they move on to the final PUD. And then we have a final PUD review. And then it goes through the process again, and then it eventually goes to the village board for final PUD approval. So we are still at the early stages of this project. I also wanted to address the truck stop issue. There's been a lot of talk about this being a truck stop. This definition of a truck stop comes from the Illinois Gaming Act of ILCS 40-5, which states the facility must meet these 4 criteria shown on the slide here to be designated as a truck stop under the state's definition. And this is the state's definition in order to be a gaming facility. That has absolutely nothing to do with the village of Wheeling. And all this does is allow the facility to be licensed by the state of Illinois to operate video gaming terminals and not be required to hold a local liquor license. So it allows them to not have to get a liquor license approval from the village. So any designation as a truck stop under a gaming ILCS statute is just for the state of Illinois. It has nothing to do with Wheeling zoning, so we can't address that here. It's not applicable to us. Gaming is not on the agenda tonight. It's not anything that's being on the docket. It's not being proposed or reviewed. We are not looking to approve that. That is all through the state of Illinois, so that will need to be addressed with them. It's being bypassed here. It's at the state of Illinois. The next thing I wanted to talk about is that the PUD and the special use entitlements for the Village of Wheeling are to permit the operation of a gas station to include both unleaded and diesel fuel sales, similar to other gas stations in Wheeling. This is a gas station. The proposed site design does not include parking spaces for articulated semi-truck parking, except when fueling, or typical facilities that you would see in a truck stop, such as lockers and showers, for those truckers that are looking to take a mandated stop or layover for a Class A truck driver. In addition, staff is also proposing a condition on the PUD that overnight customer parking on the site is prohibited. Staff has prepared a detailed staff report for each of these dockets that can be found in the agenda packet. I'm getting to the end here. So with this proposed PUD, as I mentioned before, there are, I don't know the slide, I'm not sure where the slide is, but as part of a PUD development, you're allowed some flexibility to have some deviations from the zoning code. So they're requesting 4 deviations from the code. These are not variations. They don't have to apply for them separately. It's allowed as part of a PUD plan. And those 4 deviations are, number 1, to allow for an increase in the maximum height from 6 feet to 8 feet for the perimeter fence. Number 2, to permit a decrease in the minimum drive aisle width from the required 26 feet 6 inches to 25 feet. Number 3, to allow for the west and south elevations of the convenience store and the west side of the car wash to not include foundation landscaping. And number 4, additional wall signage on the east side of the unleaded fuel canopy, which does not face an off-street parking lot or frontage. So, since the petitioner has addressed each of the standards for special use and has met the level of detail required for preliminary PUD, staff is recommending approval of the preliminary PUD subject to the following conditions. Number 1, overnight customer parking on the site is prohibited. Number 2, the preliminary PUD document shall be revised as follows prior to review and consideration by the village board. A, the irrigation plan shall be updated to be consistent with the landscaping plan. B, resolve conflicts with trees and light fixtures on the north property line, which shall not result in the reduction of proposed trees in this area. Number 3, the final PUD submittal shall include the following items, in addition to the submittal requirements of section 19.09.010E5. And A, project approval from the Cook County Department of Transportation and Highways is required prior to final PUD approval from the village. I do have other conditions that are specific to the car wash and the liquor store that are for the Plan Commission's consideration when we get to those items. I, as well as other staff, are here to answer any questions the Plan Commission has at the appropriate time. And so now I'd like to turn it over to the petitioner, if that's the right time.
We want to swear everybody in at this point?
Yes, so for a public hearing, people have to be sworn in to testify rather than having it every time someone comes up. We're going to have anyone who thinks they might want to talk tonight, including the petitioners, all stand up, and then we will swear you in all at one time. So if you think you might want to talk, again, you can always change your mind. Go ahead and stand up. And raise your right hand.
Raise your hand. You swear the testimony you're giving tonight to be the truth. All right.
Okay, and then if for some reason you didn't stand up and swear in and you decide later to talk, just let the chairman know so that he can swear you in individually, but that will save on some time.
All right. Petitioner?
Yes. Is there a mouse up there?
Yes, my name is Lyman Tiemann. I'm the attorney for Gas and Wash. I'm here this evening with Alex Cougar from Gas and Wash, Brian Hertz, our civil engineer from MG2A, Chris Kalachevsky with the WT Group, who is our architect and land planner, and we also have a representative from KLOA, who is our traffic consultant for this project. I know there's a number of people here this evening, and I assume that many of them are going to have comments to make to the Planning Commission, and for that reason, I'll keep my comments as short as possible. When I finish up, I'd like to turn it over to Alex Cougar to give you kind of a briefing on what Gas and Wash is and how they operate and where they operate and how they fit in with the communities that we're dealing with on a daily basis. But the one thing I wanted to point out, I'm actually pleasantly surprised we do have a number of people here this evening, because I think the more that show up, the more the folks around the area are going to become educated to what we're looking to accomplish. And I think after listening to our presentation, I think they'll be leaving the room this evening with much more satisfaction than obviously when they walked into the room. But I wanted to point out that Gas and Wash has been in business for 12, 13 years now. I think the first facility they opened up was in Mokina, Illinois, back in 2012. And with that in mind, I want to point out that Gas and Wash has a number of facilities in excess of 25 currently in the suburban areas around Chicago. The majority of them are in the south and southwest suburbs, but we have reached up further north and are looking at other counties as well as Cook County and some of the surrounding counties. But the point I'd like to make is that we have multiple units in some communities. The city of Joliet, we have 6 units. The village of New Lenox, we have 3 units. The village of Tinley Park, we have 2 operational and 1 approved, a 3rd unit approved, which is currently under construction. And Mokina, we have 2 units in operation. And the point I'm stressing is that we've been through this process many times before. We've gone to communities where neighbors have come out en masse, have raised concerns primarily about traffic and lighting and noise and environmental contamination and things of that nature. But the fact is that the communities, particularly the ones that we have multiple facilities in, would not invite us back for the second one if the first one was an issue. So we find it comforting to know that we're satisfying the neighbors around these facilities, we're satisfying the communities, and with that in mind, we do present a very well-maintained, clean, friendly environment, and we are in operation in numerous communities around the suburbs. We do have letters of support, and I won't go into detail and read all of them to you, but I've just wanted to indicate that there's a couple of them in particular. We have letters of support from the mayor of Tinley Park, the chief of police at Tinley Park, the mayor of Shorewood, the chief of police of Shorewood, the mayor of Mokina, the mayor of New Lenox, the mayor of Stickney, and all of these are basically saying the same thing, that, you know, we've been to the community, we've made presentations to them, we've had a number of people show up at planning commission meetings and village board meetings because of the apprehension, not knowing exactly what's going to transpire and what the facility is going to look like when it's finally completed and operational. But after the facilities have been approved and are up and running, these same people become our customers. They're friendly to us. The villages have had no complaints from any of these villages after we're up and running. The chiefs of police indicate that because of the fact that we're open 24 hours a day in the convenience store, and in many of the locations we have gaming, this actually makes the facility safer. There's less of a problem with crime. There's less of a chance.
Everybody needs to be respectful when he's talking, just like they will be respectful when you're talking.
There's less of a chance that you would see the incidents of crime, and by keeping people in the facility rather than just having one person, a clerk, operating the facility late at night, it makes these facilities much safer than the gas station that closes down maybe at 11 o'clock at night. I'd like to turn this over to Alex Cougar. Alex is our representative from Gas and Wash, and he has some things he wants to address with the Planning Commission this evening. And Marcy, do you want for us to have?
We're gonna have Chris go over the site plan first.
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting at. Do you want Chris to run through all of the slides and everything? I thought maybe staff was going to do that, but we'll be more than happy to have Chris
Yeah.
do that. Let's have Chris do that first. Chris Kalifcheski with WT Group. And then after that, it's going to be Alex Cougar with Gas and Wash. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think I'll focus just on the survey and the site plan, and then let Alex get into the operations, and then we'll get into more of the detail slides. Basically, we had a colored, we actually had a Plata survey. It was the second slide in our, one the other way. There's the survey. All right, so this is the existing conditions. Obviously, the foundation is just there. And I apologize, before I get in, do I need to spell my name or anything?
No, we're good.
Okay. All right, so these are the two buildings on the top there, and then we have the gas station in the lower left hand. Represents three types of uses. The gas station use, of course, a grocery store. There was a liquor store as well as other stores, including a dry cleaner. Just want to point out that previously, what was previously approved and ran had an FAR ratio of 0.27. And what that is a floor area ratio. It shows the density of the development. And so previously with 0.27, our proposed FAR is 0.08. So as you can see, we're less than a third of the proposed density of what was previously running there. Also, from a parking standpoint, we're proposing 68 parking spaces. And in fact, if we could go to the next slide. So we're proposing 68 parking spaces throughout the site. Previously, there was 181 parking spaces throughout the site. So the vehicles were almost 3 times the amount of what we're proposing. So we just want to make those clear. And as we rotate on the site, starting at the bottom of the page, we have what is called an inline auto canopy. Inline means there's a single row of dispensers. Traditionally, you usually see 2 rows of dispensers called a domino or tandem. The inline are much more efficient, much more safe, and we find that the 2 main things to make a retail petroleum site, a fueling facility site successful is it's got to be convenient to the customer, and it has to be safe. And so that is what we're proposing here. You are not watching the Super Bowl game in your living room and say, oh, my car is getting low on gas, I better go to the gas station and come back home. You're only fueling when you go to your work or coming back from work or like on the weekends when you're on an errand. So that's a siphoning type use. So we're using the existing traffic. What's currently there today is 14,000 cars pass this site today. 14,000. This is not a country lane. And so with that amount of traffic, we have done our analysis and figured that it's worth spending multi-millions on this development. And so we just want to make it clear that we really don't generate new traffic. Our items are for people that are already on the road and are going to use the facility. And that's why it's so important to make it safe and convenient, because if it's not, someone's just going to go down the road to the next station. So we're very cognizant of that. So we have the auto canopy. We have a T shape. It looks like a T. That's actually providing a protective cover for our customers going from the auto canopy into the store. Adds a great deal of expense, but when you see the materials that we're using, and Brian, could I ask you to put the board up on the thing? Sorry about that. We have a little board here with the actual materials. I know we have renderings and such, but the board is here. I don't know if that's an appropriate spot for it. But so that's the actual materials. and they're real stone, real brick, and an ACM type metal. So the materials that are used in the building, the extra amenities that are being added, like the T-shaped canopy, all show a significant investment by Gas and Wash into the community. Per square foot basis, a Gas and Wash costs much more than any other retail petroleum client that I work with. And so they take that extra investment into the community because they want to be a good community partner. After the T, we have the C store, and on the right-hand side would be the independent liquor store. There's no cross-traffic between the two functions, and it mimics exactly the same, oh yeah, I have a mouse here, sorry about that. And so the liquor store mimics exactly the same of the liquor store that used to be over in this area. It's an independent facility. And this is the C store that has food offerings inside and the seating area. So a semi-restaurant or a QSR, a quick serve restaurant. And then the remainder of the facility is the grocery shelves and gondolas and the walk-in coolers. And so very much mimicking the use that used to be sitting back here in terms of a grocery store. So what we're proposing is very similar uses. As you know, right in the corner here is the gas station. And so from that, we have a drive-through that circulates around the building in a counterclockwise format. This is an escape lane right here. Then we have parking all the way around. This is an express-style car wash. There's really three types of car washes. The traditional gas station car wash, which is called a rollover, where you pull your car in, the equipment goes over you, and then you go out. Roughly 6 minutes a car. This is a tunnel car wash. Okay. Thank you. And so the other end of the spectrum is at the car wash. There's a full-serve tunnel car wash, and that's not what we are. We're express style, so the customer stays in the car the full time, and they are able to use free vacuums along here. So the purchasing is done here. Everything's automated. They make the turn in, come through the car wash, stay in their car, and then exit. We find our surveys 50% like the vacuum before, 50% like the vacuum after. Then finally, as we go through here, this is the commercial fueling lanes. Entrance is right here, and then coming around and exit right here. Very purposely separated from the automobile traffic. We want to do that from a perceived safety standpoint, but even more importantly from a convenience standpoint, so that the autos are up in the front and not commingling with the CFL traffic. We have some slides later, but we can address that. I'll hand it over to Alex right now, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Chris. Before I get started, can everyone hear me okay in the back? Perfect. Let me know if that changes. Just on behalf of the petitioner and Gas and Wash, I want to thank you for all the work that's clearly gone into this over the last 13, 14 months. There's been a lot of review to get an optimal site design, as you mentioned earlier, and we want to be a partner in every sense of the word in this community and make sure we have the optimum flow. The first thing I want to address is the truck stop misnomer. As you can see here, we've got two fueling positions for what's considered large trucks. 85% of the diesel volume in the US goes to three operators: Love's, Pilot, and TA. That means if you're a fleet driver, your card does not work at a Gas and Wash. You can't pull up and fill at a Gas and Wash, even if you wanted to. That's, again, 85% of the diesel volume in the US. To that end, we have a site that's less than a mile off Interstate 80 in Harlem. And we fuel on average 6 to 8 large trucks per day. This wheeling site is 3.4 miles away from 53. It's 3 times as far away. We're not going to do 3 times, we may do a third of the volume. And that's why we have only 2 fueling positions as demonstrated on this site plan. Additionally, and I know this has been mentioned before, the over-the-road truck drivers, they want showers, they want to do their laundry, they want truck parking, they want a sit-down restaurant. None of those amenities are here. You can clearly see there's no place for the trucks to park. To that end, Pilot plans on pumping at least 20,000 gallons of diesel fuel a day. We plan on pumping around 12,000 gallons of diesel a month. Those numbers are a direct reflection of the type of traffic we anticipate. It's a great question of why we have that different flow, and I know Chris already touched on it, of why we separate the kind of the diesel from the retail traffic. And there's a lot of box trucks, landscapers, et cetera, that go to our other sites, and they're the ones filling up. But it's really important that when mom and dad or whoever come to our site, that they can easily get in and out, and there's not a landscaper kind of blocking off the whole site. And that's really important because we're in the convenience business, right? And kind of the point here too is this is not a convenient stop for any over-the-road truck driver. It's not. It's 3.4 miles off the interstate. If you're ever on a long cross-country road trip, most truck stops off the highway to the right. This could not be a worse setup to be called a truck stop or ever perceived to be one. Again, I know this point has been mentioned, but it's a recurring theme. This is going to service the existing traffic in the community already here. We're not pulling from the highway. Concerns about pollution is another point I wanted to address. So we've got, I understand that that's been a concern of the past, and 40 years ago, there was a tank in the ground, a steel tank, with no monitoring. In 1998, the EPA released very strict regulations for all fuel and petroleum operators. What that looked like back then is that they had to constantly track and monitor what was going on underground and not just be apathetic to what happened or if there was ever a leak. We use double-walled fiberglass tanks with interstitial monitoring. So if there's ever a leak in that gap between the 2 fiberglass tanks, we're notified and we cannot pump any fuel until it's been looked at and resolved. Further to that point, we have a locally based company with techs. They do our install, they inspect if there's ever any issues. I must say, since we've been in operation, there's never been a leak problem. They service our dispensers and other equipment as well. We provide biofuel options for cleaner air quality per the EPA standards and have a green footprint convenience store with LED lighting. I'd like to also say we've already made a major investment in the community by cleaning up the old dry cleaner that had some environmental spills and concerns. We want to be, again, a partner in the community and have already made that investment. We've also removed the tanks from the old convenience store that was previously there. The final point that wasn't brought forward today by any of the community members is what Gas and Wash is. We're a community-based and community-focused company. We're privately held and a family-run company based in the southwest suburbs of Chicago. We only develop in Illinois. As you've heard before from Lyman and Chris, we've heard these concerns before as we've grown. And fortunately, in the southwest suburbs, it's not as prevalent because they've seen the type of operators we are. We pride ourselves on having clean facilities, clean bathrooms. You don't want to go into a convenience store bathroom and go home feeling like you need a shower. And we pride ourselves on that. It's really important that we have quality service, happy employees, and we're a vital part of that community. We've built our business on that, and that's how we're going to continue to grow, by servicing the community. As mentioned by Lyman, if we were not a good partner, these municipalities wouldn't reach out to add a second, third, or fourth location. We have a number of municipalities that have reached out to us directly to see if we can develop in their community because they know the quality and the standards that we hold ourselves to. We're excited to potentially add 25 to 30 full-time employees that we'll hire locally in Wheeling. We provide above average pay, and in addition to that, full-time benefits, including 401k and healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield, for some of our employees that'll be working at this site. The prior uses on this existing gas station, the prior uses on this site were an existing gas station and liquor store. So there's no changes there. I know that there are a number of concerns that'll be presented to you tonight, but I hope you can listen to the business facts presented in front of you tonight and listen to what our experience has been and understand the value that we hope to provide to the community in the Village of Wheeling. Thank you for your time.
I'll just briefly go over the remaining slides just to add a couple points. So the next slide, please. Or can I do it here? Yeah. Okay. Next slide, this is a landscaping plan. As we mentioned, we're adding a dramatic amount of landscaping. There is 184 units broken up into 36 deciduous, 14 coniferous, 6 ornamental trees, 56 evergreen shrubs, and 72 deciduous shrubs. Compared to the landscaping now, this is going to be a virtual forest on the site here. And we meet and exceed all the requirements. And I know we're asking for a variance on the foundation landscaping. And that is quite frankly just a request from a practical standpoint. Right here, our customers go from their cars and they go diagonally across to the door, or even if they're a pump, it's diagonally across to the door. If we put landscaping in front here, people would just trample it. Now, we haven't eliminated the landscaping. All we're asking you to allow us to do is to relocate that landscaping on a different part of the site. So all the units that were required for foundation landscaping on this side of the C-store and this side, this is a drive-through. Obviously, the car has to drive next to the building, and so that's why we couldn't have foundation there. Also at the car wash, this is where the vacuums are, and all the customers and our employees are walking along there. And then on the very south side, we have an office here, and they need to walk across here. So that's why we don't have, I mean, you can see the landscaping is only 4 feet away. But long story short, for that variance, we meet all the criteria in the sense that we're actually keeping our site cleaner. It just would be a maintenance nightmare to put landscaping in those areas. Again, we've relocated them to the other spots. And again, we far exceed the requirements. This is what we're proposing. This is also another variance. The other variance was to provide an 8-foot-high fence versus a 6-foot-high. We're doing that at the response of previous meetings where that was requested. And so that is a variance. Your ordinance allows a 6-foot-high fence, and again, we're asking for an 8-foot-high. This is an acoustic-style fence. It's made specifically to reduce decibel levels and also to provide a nice aesthetic to the surrounding area. And we have these in all of our spaces. The buildings are full masonry-bearing buildings. This is a very rare thing in today's market. Usually they're wood studs with the thin brick, and that. This is full masonry bearing all 4 sides of the building. Again, an investment to say that we're using high quality materials is shown on the display over there, and that we are making a commitment to the community to keep our sites looking wonderful. Same thing with the car wash, all the way around, full masonry bearing, and rather than just a metal deck, for our car washes, we actually have an 8-inch precast hollow core concrete deck. And that's the roof of our car wash. From a maintenance standpoint, that's the best material. For sound containment, it's the best material as well. This is at night. You can see we are not glaring. We use light emitting diode lighting for all our sites, both on the yard lights and also on the building lights. And when you look at we did submit a photometric plan. We meet all the requirements at the foundations, but we also meet the IESNA, which stands for Illuminating Engineering Society of North America. Dark skies you might know that phrase. They're the organization that developed it. I'm a member of that organization. And we meet their recommendations for a retail environment in terms of average foot candles under the canopy and also around the yard. And so light emitting diodes are very nice in that you can direct the light exactly where you want it. And so the light is no longer like a metal halide in the old days that were sticking below the canopy, and you could see that thing glare forever, you know. Here, the light is up in the canopy, and it's focused down, basically because we have a task environment with the dispensers and that, it's focused on the face of the dispensers. This is an engineering plan. Brian is here to answer any questions if they come up in terms of utilities and detention and all that, but in general, detention is here. And Brian can ask the specifics on that. Here's the utility plan and underground detention as well as above ground detention. Again, if there's more questions, Brian will be able to answer that. Here are the 7 letters. We want to stress that 2 of these letters are from the head of the police departments from those respective communities, Tinley Park and Shorewood. Both of them say that crime is not an issue at these sites and that they appreciate that we are open 24 hours. And remember, with that, we want to make it clear. We're not saying car wash. We're not saying CFL 24 hours. We're just saying the C-store and the auto canopy in the front. What that does is it allows that to be lit with the auto canopy itself and that investment protected, quite frankly. Each of those pumps themselves are about $30,000 at the starting point, depends on your feature. And then on the inside, with our restaurants, our quick serve restaurants offerings, we have employees coming in early in the morning to make the food fresh. And so it just makes sense for a safety standpoint and from an operational business standpoint to stay. All these mayors, the 4 mayors, the 2 police chiefs, all state that the promises that we've made that we're saying at this meeting tonight actually come true. That we're a very good neighbor, we mitigate any noise. The pollution issues I can deal with directly at the end of this presentation, but I wanted to point out that here are all these sites in the red little squares. You'll notice that every single one has residents right around the facility. So this is not our first time trying to put a facility in this setting. We're very cognizant of our neighbors. We very much want them to be our best customers, and they turn out to be that. And so we just want to say, you got 6 examples right here, right adjacent to residential. There was a thing about the truck stop, won't get into it too much, but the true definition of a truck stop is this by the Institute of Traffic Engineering Manuals, which is Andrew's favorite book. That's his Bible in terms of determining traffic engineering. And so what that is saying is there's some very key things that Alex had mentioned as well. Here's the interstate, pulling off, you're right at the site. Here's the interstate, you pull off, you're right at the site. So a truck stop really needs to have that proximity to a major highway, needs to have that sit-down restaurant, laundry, showers, and a separate truck desk as well, and truck product offerings like a chrome shop, etc. And those buildings are much, much bigger. They're usually 20,000 plus square feet, and we're less than half that. And so that's the definition of that. This was a little bit of what Alex was saying, where Harlem is 0.93, Homer Glen is 0.13, and you can see the amount of vehicles, only 10 a day at Harlem, and at Wheeling we've got a little different value, but we're much less in terms of anticipated volume. As our signage will go through there, we're only asking for the other variance that we're asking for is right here. From the United States Sign Council, they say how important it is to put a sign 90 degrees to the traffic flow. What that does is it allows someone to notice a sign and make a maneuver if they're in the center lane as opposed to the side lane. And so that allows them to make the same turn to go safely onto the site. It's called visible reaction time, VRT, and that's what they recommend, and that's why we're asking for that variance. However, when we ask for a variance, we know we got to give up something instead. And what we're doing, and I want to make sure I get the correct number here, we're allowed 2,166.26 square feet of signage if we go through the ordinance and all the different places. We are only asking, even with this additional sign, 373.7 square feet of signage. So we're basically an eighth, maybe a sixth of what's allowed. And so again, we're not asking for more than what's allowed. We're just asking it to put it in a safe place so our customers could recognize it for the customers that are coming from the east heading west. Our photometrics we talked about before in terms of meeting all the requirements, the lights, the light emitting diodes, et cetera. So I'd like to just go back to the colored site plan real briefly. Some of the things that I'd like to point out is that the Clean Air Act of 1970 basically established the EPA. The EPA was to develop emissions standards for stationary and mobile sources. And that's what they've been doing since then. 1988, the underground storage tank technical requirements that required all the double wall tanks, the double wall piping, the submersibles. Also in terms of the monitoring. The monitoring just doesn't occur at the tank. And it occurs at the tank, outside the tank, in the interstitial space of the tank. It occurs in the pipes. It occurs in the sumps below the dispensers. And all this is just to monitor what's happening. And quite frankly, it also monitors how much gas you sell. And so the state fire marshal can walk into any of our facilities any time of day and ask for these reports. And it's a balancing report. It shows that nothing is leaking. And as Alex said, in the entire run of Gas and Wash, nothing has leaked because we live in a different world. Technology has so much improved in terms of containment and monitoring the equipment, but also in the product itself. And so one of the reports that I submitted for the Bartlett location, we were literally, townhomes were 20 feet away from the fence, and our car wash was 20 feet away from that fence, and the stacking. And the concern was about idling vehicles. Long story short, it showed that we were a fraction of what the safe environmental level is asking for. And so it was 0.5 is this considered by the government as a safe level. We were 0.0005. So not just a fraction of what the safe level is allowing. And so I just want to read one thing in terms of the EPA. The EPA was established to protect all of us. and they have regulations, and they have the National Ambient Air Quality Standards is a requirement. It's a value. It goes into parts per billion and all that. But I just want to read what's on their website. Based on the review of the full body of scientific evidence, EPA issued a decision to retain the current national ambient air quality standards for the nitrogen. And that's basically the nitrogen oxide from diesel fumes. And the EPA has concluded that the current level protects the public health, including the at-risk population of older adults, children, and people with asthma, with an adequate margin of safety. So that's what their review is of the full body of evidence. That was 2018. 2022, they're becoming even more restrictive, and by 2027, everything is supposed to be 85%. So in 2018, they felt it was safe. Now they're even making it safer. But one of the key elements that has happened in this whole industry is called diesel exhaust fluid. That is a product that's spritzed into the diesel exhaust, and that makes the actual outgoing product, and I will state a quote here, converting the nitrogen oxide emissions into harmless nitrogen gas and water vapor. And that's from Azure Chemical article, February 22nd of 2024. So very current information. So with this DEF, this is mandatory. It's 85% market coverage in 2016, and as the older trucks go out, it's going to be 100% very shortly. So we have the one report that shows the idling vapors are so small, 0.0005 versus the allowable 0.5. The DEF eliminates the concerns of the diesel. We are going to have very minimal trucks at this site, but there are enough trucks on the road to warrant that investment. And so with that said, we feel, and per the EPA statement, that we're offering a very safe facility with the modern technology, both in terms of all the tanks, but the product offerings, the site layout, and the materials offerings. So thank you very much for your time.
All right. Yeah.
So as a reminder, this is now going to be the audience time to talk. We're first going to do questions. So if you have specific questions for the petitioner, we're going to go ahead and go through that, and you can ask them. The petitioner and I will keep notes of all the questions, and they'll answer them at the end as people, so they can group them together or have the appropriate people. Once we're done with the questions, if there are individuals who wish to introduce their own evidence that they want the Plan Commission to consider, then it will be your time to introduce evidence. And then finally, if you just want to share your general thoughts, concerns, opinions on the project, you will then get your opportunity in the third group, and those comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. So just as an overview, and so with that, we can go into questions. If people have questions for the petitioner, they can step up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Felicia Rockefeller. I'm a resident of Arlington.
When you come up, can you please spell your name? Thank
Sorry,
you.
Felicia Rockefeller, F like Frank, E-L-I-C-I-A. Last name is R-O-C-K-E-F-E-L-L-E-R. And I'm a resident of Arlington Heights, not of Wheeling. I do want to thank the petitioners for an excellent presentation. I think you guys did a really good job of answering a lot of the questions I had, but I still have some that remain. One of them is, I would guess that most of the residents would be fine with this if that north part of the presentation didn't allow for the small volume of semis that you expect to go through there. I'd like to understand why do we need to build for semis if that's not your target? Another question that I have related to that is what studies have you commissioned? It's wonderful to hear about other residential areas that have been okay with this or have been successful with it, but what commissions have you studied in our demographics, our neighborhoods, to make sure that it's not going to affect our property values? We don't have to worry about semis driving down single-lane roads in Hintz, like Hintz, to get from 53 to the site of the gas station. I'd also like to understand what is happening outside the immediate area of the property. What are we going to be doing as far as signage? Are we going to have billboards on 53 saying, turn here for gas? And one other question that I had is, you had mentioned a statistic, and I apologize, I couldn't quite hear when the gentleman on the end was speaking. I think you had mentioned something about, I think it was you, 14,000 cars, something like that. Was that in that, is that monthly in that area?
No, we're going to take all the questions and then they'll answer. at the
Okay,
end.
well, it's
Yeah.
kind of relevant to my question, but my question was going to be, I did some just rough calculation, and if you're planning 12,000 gallons of diesel a month, average fill of a tank, figuring 200 gallons, we're talking about, give or take, 60 semis driving through that area. You're one block from my grandchildren and my children's elementary school. I do not want semis driving by them, so I'd like to understand what the traffic pattern is planned to be. And I think that covers most of my questions. The only other question I had was, and this may be urban legend, I understand that the reason for having the ability to service semis is to enable video gambling. And I am curious why other facilities in the area already have video gaming without needing to be meeting that definition of truck stop with the 10,000 gallons a month. And the related question to that is, what are the communities that surround the site going to benefit from this site, or is all of the profit and taxes going to Wheeling? Thank you very much. There's a couple of more names here. Do you want this sheet as well?
I'll grab it, thank you.
My name is Faith Schwartz. I'm a resident of the Village of Wheeling. I also work for early intervention as a case manager for our 0 to 3 at-risk program. I have concerns about there not being a stoplight at that intersection. I'd like to know if that is in the long-term plan. I also have concerns about the diesel fuel. I serve clients in every area from Park Ridge to Buffalo Grove, Cook County. Many of my clients are in the surrounding areas of Mallard Lake, Malibu, Lakeside Villas, Lexington, Northgate, and the area surrounding around Camelot and Lake Arlington and other parts of Wheeling. Has there been studies done of the long-term effects on children's development of your other community truck stops in the surrounding areas, of how the diesel fuel affects their long-term brain development and health? Is there more of a risk of asthma? Is there a risk of breathing problems, respiratory problems? I'd like to know more about that. If it is a safe area for our children, will you be doing what other casinos have done in other parts of the state, giving money to schools? If you're going to have 24-hour gambling, would you use some of those funds to fund our early childhood centers, different funding for school programs? And also, what about the residents of Phil Haven, adults with disabilities that will live there? They don't drive, most of them, and they are in wheelchairs, wheelchairing down past this gas and stop. How will that affect them and their health?
That's it.
Hi, Anne Marie Lundstrom, 2644 North Waterman, Arlington Heights. I have been in the hospital, so I have been reading a lot about gas and wash. And as far as I can see, none of your gas and washes have 4 sides of residential. That's what we have right now. We have 4 sides of residential that you're sticking this truck stop. Also, you're very open about your, the reason that your mayors probably like you so much is because you donate to them. That's all open. It's all
Ma'am,
record.
is there a question?
And I also have to say that it's a truck stop, but it's not a truck stop. So you have to have it be a truck stop so you can get the gaming. Right?
Right, this is the time where we're taking in questions.
Okay,
So if you have a specific question, if not, we
Yeah.
can wait till the end.
Okay, so my biggest question is, this is the first gas and wash that has 4 sides residential. I don't understand why you picked this site. I mean, children go to school, Wheeling is right down the street. There's Tarkington, there is still gonna be a sidewalk there. And how can you prove that because it looks pretty congested to me. And I think the Arlington Heights letter that Wheeling got also said that it's very congested and they were very worried about the crossing of the trucks and pedestrians. So I don't know if you can fix that, but it certainly is a lot different than what we've had before. We had a gas station there. By the way, those gas stations haven't done well. There's no gas station on Hintz that has made it. So,
All right, we need to stick to questions,
Okay.
otherwise someone else can come
Okay.
up.
that's really basically it.
I guess my questions don't count. 3 questions.
We need your name, please.
Oh, I'm
Please
sorry.
spell.
It's Brian Manning, Manning. When will we get the answers to these questions?
At the end of all the
At-
questions, they'll be able to, because it's likely that different consultants will handle groupings of similar types of questions, so to be more efficient.
That's great. 3 questions, real quick. Is liquor allowed to be served? I know there's a liquor store. Is there? Second, how many gallons a day are they expected to sell? And what are the top 6 sources of revenues from this project? They took my microphone.
Oh, that microphone
Oh,
still
okay.
works. That's
All right.
that's our microphone.
3 questions. Is that better? Okay. Can liquor be served? Second question, how many gallons a day are the projections to be sold total across all fuel types? And 3, the top 6 sources of revenues from this development.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Albrecht. I live at 1616 East Canterbury Drive. My house backs up to Hintz. I'd like to ask the question of what is going to be proposed for Old Buffalo Grove Road. It is in a state of disrepair. Is that going to be fixed? I second the question of, will there be a light there at some point? I travel that road every day, and it is really difficult to get across 3 lanes of cars going back and forth. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jason Forey. I'm at 719 East Hintz Road, Arlington Heights, 60004. So I'm on Hintz Road. Willingly bought there, I know, but things are changing. This wasn't here before. First of all, would you want a gas and go built behind your house directly? And I would like everybody to answer that individually if we could, but please explain why you would like that establishment behind you. Also, I do want to say the presentation was good, and I do appreciate the business side of everything, right? But there are other factors here. I was kind of curious about the pump design. Why would you design a pump that would exclude 85% of trucks? Just doesn't seem like a good business decision, so I'd just like to understand that a little bit better. If 4 to 6 trucks are going through there a day, and you said there's 14,000 cars going through that, why would you want 2 pumps back there that would do 0.04% of the volume of traffic through there. Just seems strange again. Just a little bit more, the 14,000 cars per day is interesting to me. I just like to know a little bit more about the study that was done. Was that counted? How was that determined? And also then with these two pumps, a large portion of the property was dedicated to them. Just understanding why you would make that business decision as well, if there's not a lot of traffic back there. Just like a better sense of just how much traffic is at the back pumps. A little bit about the environmental studies and precautions. Is that worked with the village? And are there any questions I could direct to the village, or is there a different point I can ask those questions to?
You can ask any of the
Any-
questions now.
any
and-
questions,
And if
just doesn't have
staff
to be
can,
direct- okay, I
yeah,
know if it's
if it
directed
can be
to
to
them.
staff too, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just a little bit about the environmental studies then, and how does that work with the village, and what precautions are being taken? I'd also like a definition of adequate margin of safety. I just think I would want more than adequate for my community and family members. How do the roads get impacted from additional traffic that's coming through? I know you said you didn't think there was an incremental traffic, but there are 68 parking spots, I would say, so that would be at least some incremental traffic coming into here. How's that impacted? And if there are more trucks, how does that work with the roads then too? Because I know it was mentioned before, but I have one pothole directly in front of my house that deteriorates every year, and I just want to know how that's going to be impacted. Also, the amount of traffic on the street does speed above the posted speed limit, and I'd like to understand just what your feelings would be on additional traffic coming through this area, and then how would that be monitored more closely? And I'm just confused again by this not being, I was presented a truck stop, and then I was told it was not a truck stop, it's not really a truck stop, and then there's something about gaming, but we can't talk about the gaming here because it's somewhere else. So where does gaming then get addressed in this with gambling specifically? And then just clarification around the hours again too. There is 24 hours for certain things, not again. Last thing I will leave, sorry, I wrote a lot of notes on this. Where can I get this information again from all of you? Is this going to be posted somewhere where I can review the materials that were presented today? Those are my questions, thank you.
Hello, my name is Ralph Rousseau, R-A-L-P-H-R-O-U-S-S-E-A-U. The previous slide, it showed where, you know, basically, if you look at it on the left-hand side, that's basically Old Buffalo Grove Road, from my understanding. There's a lot of residential areas where they actually come in and out of their parking area. So basically where they are coming into their home. And if that's going to be filled with semis, I want to know how safe that would be for residents to come in and out of their homes right there. The second thing I wanted to say is the Illinois defines you as a truck stop. You're a truck stop. It's not a gas station, you're a truck stop. You have two high-flow diesel fuel pumps there, which Illinois considers a truck stop. So why do you guys think that you're not a truck stop when clearly you're a truck stop? The next thing that I would like to ask is, it's in regards to, I know we might not be able to talk to about gaming, but it seems that you are trying to double dip, and we're trying to figure out, well, if you are a gas station, but you want to be considered a truck stop for gambling, how is that? I don't understand that, if that makes sense, because it almost seems like you're trying to circle around the rules. So I just want a little bit more clarity on why that is happening. And those are my three questions. Thank you.
My name is Karen Dorn, Karen, K-A-R-E-N, Doran, D as in David, O-R-A-N, at 1533 East Fleming Drive North in Arlington Heights. I would like to know how many decibels is the sound of the operating car wash, and what is the length of time of this sustained decibel noise? And also, what is the decibels of these vacuums that are on the outside of this car wash? Next question, where will the runoff of spilled fuel, detergent, soap, and wax from this car wash site go? I don't know if I missed it, hearing something about retention, but if there is some type of retention pond, let me know how the wildlife across the road of Buffalo Grove Road will be able to differentiate from their clean water there to a polluted retention pond that is not going to kill all the wildlife that we love in our neighborhood. So I want to know about that. And also, as they said about, please let us know exactly how many gas and wash sites are surrounded on all sides by residential areas. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nick Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-T-T, and I just want to ask the question with the standards for special use, number 2, that it will not alter the essential character of the locality in which it is to be located. I'd question actually the panelists as well as the esteemed board, how is introducing gambling at a 24-hour facility not going to change the essential character of our neighborhood? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jacqueline Jeffrey. I'm the property manager of Mallard Lake Apartments at 1572 Teal Lane. I have a couple questions. What is going to prevent people from going down Widgeon or Sheldrake, which are roads that go right into our property? We don't want accidental traffic going through our area and having additional people onto our property. Another question, is the car wash also 24 hours? Is it necessary to have a 24-hour car wash? And my third question is, as you know, gas stations, cars are changing and evolving, are there any propositions for EV charging stations here also? And if so, what level? Because how long will that have cars staying at the gas station? And that's it. Thank you.
Hi there. My name's Denise Whitefield. I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. I want to thank you all for the presentation, and I do appreciate the attempt to make it aesthetically pleasing, because what's there right now is absolutely horrible. So anyway, my first question is, are you aware that it's Wheeling High School graduation tonight? And if I look around, I think the majority of people here are 50 years and older, so the people who might be affected by this kind of a facility are not here. And I drive by that area all the time. I see kids running from Wheeling High School. I see people walking dogs along that stretch of road, so I'm wondering if that was planned to have it on the night when many families might be celebrating their child's milestone. I'm wondering if you're aware that Riley Elementary is very close by, and also that along that old Buffalo Grove Road, there are many people who are out walking their dogs, and I'm just wondering if you considered how semi-trucks in that area might affect that. I'm also wondering if you've considered what would happen if Arlington Heights went with their move to reduce the lanes on Windsor Avenue, which might make it very difficult for semis to get through there. I'm wondering if you would really like to have this a short walk from your home. I'm also wondering, I'm sorry if I'm repeating here, I'm wondering if the gaming is really necessary at this location. And again, I have that same question about the truck stop. If we have this truck stop designation, does that mean that at a future time, it could be some kind of a stop and wash type of facility? Also, I recognize the figure of 14,000 cars a day going through this area, which would warrant the additional need for the pumps. But I don't know about the other people around here. I travel back and forth quite often, so I'm wondering if that 14,000 might include repeat of the same car. So that was a question there with that. Old Buffalo Grove is, as people said, in disrepair. It's very small. I'm not sure how semis could kind of maneuver in and out with the turning capacity. I'm not a physicist, so I don't know, but it seems like that would be an awfully difficult turn to make. And I'm wondering with the exhaust studies, did that include the idling for the entire project? For example, the car wash line, when people are idling their car, if they're doing the vacuum. The lights from the canopy, it looked as though they were very well directed, but I noticed in the pictures that they were either at dusk or at sunrise. So I'm wondering what it looks like when it's pitch black. And I'm also wondering, how many pumps are you proposing compared to what was at the old gas station that was there? I'm wondering what type of fast food restaurant would be there? And I think that's it. Thank you.
My name is Robert Den. I'm a resident of Arlington Heights at 2704 North Elm Lane. That puts me with the edge of my property against Hintz. And my question is that I'm intrigued by the statement you made earlier of 14,000 cars or vehicles, whatever, a day. And I'm hoping that you can provide us with some breakdown of what kind of vehicles those are. I am much more amenable to your endeavors for automobiles and much less for 18-wheelers. Now, I know you're going to say that you don't cater to 18-wheelers, but I would like to know how many there are and what the frequency is for the periods of the day. Living on the road, I generally hear ambulances from Wheeling go past my house after dark, but I don't hear many higher 18-wheeler or higher vehicles. I can put up with fat van kind of vehicles, which you mostly see in the daytime, but Amazon does do that overnight. And I don't particularly hear them, but I would really like to know what I can look forward to in the way of hearing bigger trucks in the evening, and whether you're catering to them or not.
Hello, my name is John Kopke. I live in Arlington Heights. Do you need the address?
No,
Okay.
Could you spell your name, please?
My last name is Kopke.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Casper, you're a good man. I listened to what you said at the beginning, the requirements of meeting a variance. And I think you said that you shall, in my own words, you shall prove that you're denied, well, how did you put it? You're denied rights of other people in that area, in that same situation. That's my own words. I'm not a lawyer. And if you stand on the property, you look forward, you look back, you look to each side. All you see is residential homes. Now, if they wanted to get a variance for building townhomes, houses, apartment buildings, they would meet that requirement because they would be denied the right to do that. But they're building on a property where they're surrounded by residential homes.
Sir, do you have a question right now?
Well, yes.
Okay, I don't mean to cut you off. You'll be able to say the same thing. I just am trying to make sure to get all the questions.
My question is that I want the village to think about what their requirements are and how they actually meet the requirements that you have adopted, the zoning laws that you have adopted, because I don't think it's meeting the requirements of the town. So we're sitting here discussing this, and it's not meeting a variance. That's what's going through my head. And I want you to be able to tell me how building a, they're calling it a truck stop. I don't think it's really a truck stop. I'll guarantee you that. You're doing it so you could do gambling or whatever. But they're not meeting the requirements of the village, and we're discussing it. And I want you to tell us how they are.
Okay, I wanted to clarify, they're not asking for any variance. They're asking for special uses. The Park District earlier asked for a variation, which is a deviation from the code. A special use is different. It's a permitted use in the code that has different conditions, just to clarify for the record.
Okay.
There are standards still to be met for a special use. They're just different than a variation. So I just wanted it to be clear because there are different zoning approvals.
Hi. Sorry, I'm short. My name's Tracy Sharon, Tracy. Sorry, I'm really short. My name's Tracy Sharon, Tracy Sharon. I have a follow-up question to one that was raised earlier today, where someone had asked, where will we be able to find more information? What I'm really curious about is where will we find citations, where will we find data to back up some of the claims that are being made? The claim that really caught my attention and concerned me is a 24-hour business is somehow safer than a business that closes at a reasonable hour. I'd like to understand where that data is coming from, what study, what area, when was that study conducted. I, as a reasonable person, find it difficult to believe that a 24-hour business will make our neighborhoods safer, and that's my question.
Hello, Joe Byrne, last name B-Y-R-N-E. So I have two questions. The one, and forgive me if I misunderstood, but I think you referenced another facility being 1 mile away from the highway. getting between 4 to 6 trucks a day. This facility, I think you said, is over 3 miles from the highway, so you would anticipate a third of those trucks, so 1 to 2 trucks a day. So my question is, why would you install 2 truck gas stations for 1 to 2 trucks a day? So from like a business standpoint, why would you take that approach? Unless I misunderstood you there. So the second thing is, when I just came to this meeting to kind of learn more, so I did a Google search, and the first search that came up is for Gas and Wash is 24-hour gaming, hot slots at our locations in Alsop, Bourbonnais, and it goes through several towns. So my question is, just do you plan on installing gaming slots immediately? If not, is that your long-term plan?
Hi, my name is Gary Dorn, D-O-R-A-N. I'm in Arlington Heights resident, 1533 East Fleming Drive North. I did have a question. The previous facility here had like 2 islands for dispensing gas. Now you got a lot more islands here right now. The cars that are out there on the road now have higher miles per gallon rating, and a lot of them are ETV now. Why do you want to double, or actually more than double, the amount of pumps? That didn't make business sense to me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wendy Hosmer, Hosmer. I live in Malibu Cove, which is around the corner from this proposed project. I have a question about the walls. I don't know what they're called. The silence walls?
Highway walls,
Thank you.
like on the highway.
Right.
That's what they're.
So where exactly are those going? On this side and above? Is that the plan? I'm not sure. Second, 8 feet. How tall is the gas canopy? Is it higher than that? If it's higher than that, you've got electric lights on it saying your name and here we are. The residents on any side are going to be affected by that. And how affected are they going to be? How bright are those? How far does that light shine? And how many of us are not going to get sleep at night because of that ambient light that we are all trying to hide from?
Hi, my name is Hilla Sennett. That's Hillesennott, and I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. We live in the Aspen Place townhomes just off of Hintz. And on the sleep topic, we are often woken up at night by people doing donuts and speeding in and out of the parking lot right by the 7-Eleven, which is also a 24-hour facility. So that the presence of a 24/7-hour facility clearly doesn't deter people from driving like crazy. So I'm just wondering what plans you have to prevent that from happening. And there's also people who, because it's a well-lit area, and like I said, the 7-Eleven is 24/7, there are lots of people who will idle at all hours of the day, whether this is smoking or talking, and it is not always the most welcoming environment to be walking and living in. So I'm also wondering what plans you have to prevent that kind of thing from happening. Thank you.
Tara Iden, last name I-D-E-N. I'm a resident of Arlington Heights with 2 young children, 2 years and younger. My question is, what was your justification for this plot of land in particular that's surrounded by residential homes, as opposed to the plots of land off of 83 and Dundee that's been vacant for about 30 plus years now, the old Kmart parking lot, which is surrounded by car dealerships and restaurants. Perhaps it's the competition of other gas stations, or perhaps the lack of competition on Hintz in terms of a business decision. But I'm wondering why not the other vacant plots of land that typically have significantly more truck and car traffic, such as off of Dundee Road.
My name is Barbara Smith. Do you need, okay. My question is in regards to the traffic pattern. Has any research been done in regards to that? The fact that there is going to be more traffic on the road and just living off of Hintz Road and trying to get out of my complex onto Hintz and traveling with additional traffic coming and flowing from this suggested project. Another question that I have is in regards to the landscaping. There is a complex, someone mentioned there's a 7-Eleven just further down the road, and they've almost created a mound that creates almost like a sound block, or also maybe just blocks a little bit more of what the visual is of the complex. So I was wondering what the proposed landscaping was for this proposal, sorry. And then I guess my other question is there still flexibility on whether this is 24 hours or if it would be closed from overnight time or during certain hours? If that was still a possibility. Thank you.
Marcy Manning, I'm a Wheeling resident. I just have two questions. One, and I don't think it's been brought up, has anybody done any assessment, evaluation, or anything? Is our property, our home property, going to go down in value? Because we have a car wash and a gas station, a big one right around the corner almost. And two, about the retention pond, where does all this soap and gas and wax and everything go? And I know that's been asked before. So those are my two questions.
Good evening, Mark Wexler, WEKSLER, and I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. I live about 2 blocks from this location, 3 houses off of Hintz, so I'm very, very close. Walk by it all the time with my dogs. Those of us who live in the area know that there is oftentimes what appears to be a homeless person begging for money at 7-Eleven. So I'm wondering how that's going to impact another location that's going to have 24-hour opportunity for those who can come into the neighborhood. Second question, last question, is with regard to the overnight parking that you said there would be no overnight parking permitted. Number one, you didn't define what overnight is, and follow-up is what would be the enforcement to that? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claire Forey, Forry. I live at 719 East Hintz in Arlington Heights. I just have 2 questions, one for the village. What are you gonna do about the speeding on the road already? You're not out there already pulling people over. My house has a huge crack in the wall from shaking from trucks that are already going over the speed limit, and there is no enforcement out there at all. And my second question is our location gonna have the fraud and theft that the Mokina Gas and Wash had as well, or is it just limited to Mokina?
My name is Lou Gatta, and I live in Arlington Heights. I just want to say what bothers me about everything is I'm getting the impression that the decision is made to have a truck stop or a gas station of some kind. And I'm afraid that we're losing an opportunity to create, and that's the operant word, to create the vision for that huge piece of property that will contribute to the realization of what we want to create, the vision we want for Wheeling and the surrounding communities. You know, everything in nature is interconnected, interdependent, okay? And so what you do is going to be interdependent to everything else. So I think I couldn't tell you if I support or don't support this, because I don't know how it creates what we want for our community. I'm sure this is a great company. I have no problems. I think you've done your due diligence, and and they want to present, and I think that they're probably a good company. They wouldn't be here, but it's too soon. We don't want to lose our ability to make the vision of this community and its surrounding communities the best that it can be. It's a huge piece of property. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Amy Brown, just like it sounds, Amy Brown. Some of my questions are just out of curiosity because I don't know when else I would get a chance to ask. The T canopy, you said, added quite an expense for you. Do you anticipate people leaving their cars parked at the fuel pumps while they go into the store? That's one question. Will there be diesel sold at the front pumps along with gasoline? Will you sell DEF at the diesel pumps in the back? Is Gas and Wash contributing to the infrastructure improvements that will be needed, that are already needed, specifically on Old Buffalo Grove Road? And the last question is, will there be a fence around the retention pond? It's always a concern of mine. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori Taylor, Laurie, Taylor as in Swift. So good evening, planning commissioners. Tonight you've been or will be listening to a number of different people bring up many key points about why Gas and Wash project is not suitable for this area. However, first I want to say that I've been made aware of some rather negative emails and comments that have been made to the village. We need to remember to respect one another, and everyone is entitled to their own opinions. We have stressed that amongst ourselves and will always continue to do so. So thank you for your patience. After going through the questions from a number of sources, I'm going to pose questions to all of you and Gas and Wash. Why do you think you're going to be successful? How much gas did the Clark station really sell? Here's my favorite. Did you know that Hintz Road is the death of gas stations? Route 83 in Hintz used to have 3. One of them is now a closed family video store. Another's a restaurant. The other is a car repair shop. Hintz Road is definitely not a major road for trucks to take. Have there been any traffic studies done? It appears that a number of gas stations on Lake Cook are successful. These gas stations are on a road with more than 60,000 cars a day. Some of them are truck stops, and they only have 6 video game terminals. That is the definition of a truck stop. 6 video game terminals versus 10 video game terminals, which is a large truck stop. Hintz Road has less than half the number of cars that travel on Lake Cook. So why does Gas and Wash think it's going to be successful? What's to say that Gas and Wash proves it can sell 12,000 gallons of diesel a month? Will Gas and Wash then go and try and get a gaming license? Because that's the definition of a truck stop selling diesel fuel. They can go and they can get a license at that point. But again, this gas station or truck stop is in an out-of-the-way location. So why do you think you're going to be successful? I can't wrap my head around that. A lot has been said and is continuing to be mentioned about the health issues of living near a gas station or truck stop. Documentation I will be presenting later will show the possibility of cancer clusters, what surface spills of gasoline and oil does, contaminated runoff water. How does this potentially affect the aquafilter in the area? Has Wheeling taken this into consideration? The village has to know there's a potential of all these types of problems coming up in the future. I've been told, or I've heard, if revenue is what Wheeling and Gas and Wash have their sights on, then why not just open up a strip mall? Yeah, there was a gas station over there in the past, but it only had 2 pumps. Versus how many pumps do you guys want to put in? The old gas station closed early on Saturdays because of lack of sales. Yeah, we had restaurants, But they had people parking their car, not traveling within a busy area parking lot and trying to avoid other vehicles or pedestrians. Most of the restaurants moved out a number of years ago because of poor sales. Yes, Gas and Wash, the strip mall had a grocery store, not a convenience store. Convenience stores, articles cost more than grocery stores do. Oh yeah, none of those places were open 24/7. Did you know that there used to be a bar in there called Monkey Business, and it sold liquor? Has anybody pulled from the police records the number of times that the police were over at Monkey Business, especially on the weekends? And by the way, if this was only a gas station, then yes, the Dundee Road location would suit just fine, because you guys wouldn't have to worry how far you are from a interstate or a freeway. But at 3.4 miles, that's what Hintz Road makes it worthwhile for you. So somebody passed along this article for me, how a Waukegan truck stop became a gambling gold mine. Yes, there are articles all over the internet, and they sit there and they say, hey, gas stops, if you really want to make some revenue, turn it into a gaming unit. That's what's happening today. More and more gas stations are closing, but yet more and more truck stops are opening. Thank you.
Hello, Anita Meyer, M-A-Y-E-R, like Oscar. So there was no clarity as far as your hours for the trucks. I know you said 24/7 for everything else, but you said it would not be 24 hours for trucks. But does that mean you're closed from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m.? Please clarify that. Also, have you looked at any studies of the number of car accidents coming out of Old Buffalo Grove Road to Hintz, or Waterman to Hintz, or out of the townhomes to Hintz? I live right at Hintz Road. I call 911 often. So many times that they'll ask me, is the car on the south side of Hintz or on the north side of Hintz? Is it west of Waterman or east of Waterman, so that they know whether they're sending Wheeling, Arlington Heights, Buffalo Grove. So I'd like to know about that. We have a high traffic of kids on bikes and on foot, older adults, senior citizens with their little rolling walkers because they want to go to Lake Arlington and have a good time. Number of times I've seen kids on bikes getting hit by cars coming through there. Now we're talking about the increase of cars and trucks coming through this area. Speeding, huge, huge, huge. It's not enforced now. Let me tell you, it's not enforced now. So what's going to be done now, once this comes into place, if, hopefully not, to enforce speeding? It's at all hours of the day, and from Schunbeck to Windsor, they love to floor it. You've got a sports car, they love to floor it. So, not a good idea. So a safety study for that, please. And why have a 24-hour convenience store when you have 7-Eleven right down the road? And a liquor store. Yeah. So why do that? As I tell my kids, ever since they were little, nothing good happens between 3 and 4 a.m. in the morning. So I stand by that. Thank you.
Larry Ponzi, 728 Longtree Drive, Wheeling. If Gas and Wash just plans to use the traffic on Hintz Road, will that location appear on your website? Will it appear on Google Maps? Will it appear on gas apps? If Gas and Wash doesn't meet its 10,000 gallon a month quota, will they lose their gaming? Will they apply for a variance? Will they promote, will they try to bring in larger trucks? How would they react to that? Thank you.
Okay, any more questions right now? Yeah. Come on up. Bill Daphnis, D-A-F-N-I-S.
Wanted to know, obviously, they closed on the property already. And in order to close on the property, they had to run an EPA one and stage one, stage two, whatever. They also had to get a variance, I'm assuming, from the village to be able, with plans and specs, is that not correct? Because it's no longer on LoopNet, which means that it closed, and according to public records, it states that Lenny's Car Wash does own the property. So this has been already signed off on, correct?
What do you mean, what's the question?
For them to close on the property,
They did not need to get this, they could just own a vacant past. They
Right.
can own the parcel of land, they need approval to get what they want to build. So they can own land and sell it to someone else or never build on it.
so they didn't apply for any records or anything like that, and to a property that's $1.45 million?
This is what they're applying for right now. This is
Okay.
what they've now applied for.
And if they don't, like the Chicago Bears, they're gonna have to sell it, correct?
Yes. Or
all-
do something else or something, but
So they
they
didn't
don't have
speak
any.
to anyone as far as plan, my question's not to them, everybody else already asked. I'm just curious to who we're voting for, to know if this was signed off on, prior to.
This is
So it's
not, no,
Okay.
nothing has
That's
been
all.
approved
They
or
did,
signed
they
up.
did,
No.
they did
That's
the two
fine.
concept, like, as
Perfect.
discussed, okay.
That's all I
Yeah.
need, that's it.
All right, if there's no other questions, we're going to take a little 10-minute break.
Did you have a question, sir?
No, education.
Oh, okay.
Make one comment.
Oh, we're gonna do comments in a little bit.
On education. You asked for data. I'm here to give data.
Oh, that'll be the next part, yes.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. All right.
All right, as a reminder, now staff and the petitioner will go through and answer or address the questions that were asked, and then there will be a chance for follow-up questions based on those answers. And there are more seats now if people need to sit down. And then after that concludes, we'll see what time we're at to see what the next step will be.
Okay, I'm going to take some of the questions that I think were directed more towards staff. So just give me a second to get to this. There was a question about is liquor allowed? And one of the special uses is to permit a liquor store. So the liquor store is a separate entity, separate from the convenience store. So one of the special uses would be to permit a packaged liquor store. So that's what that is for.
Which is different than on-site consumption.
Right, no on-site consumption, it would be a packaged liquor store.
And they would still have to get a liquor license from the Village of Wheeling, which is a separate license procedure as well.
Somebody asked about an adequate margin of safety, and was that towards you guys? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was towards me. I'm gonna fit that. Where can you get the information? Everything for this public hearing is available on our website. If you go to the wheeling.org, you can get on our agenda page, and then you can get to the packet. And everything in here, including all the additional backup information, was provided in the agenda packet. I guess anything new that comes in would be provided at a new meeting. But everything that's been submitted in an application is in the agenda packet, or you could make an appointment to come in to the Community Development Department and see the information. No, any new meeting will be posted on either a Plan Commission agenda meeting notice or a Village Board notice. That's all on the Village website. So you can check Plan Commission agenda notices or Village Board notices.
Also, if, like, for example, tonight we have to end given the lateness and we don't get through everything, this would be continued to a date certain that would be part of the motion, so you would know specifically the date before you left today. In addition, it will be posted as an agenda on the website at least 48 hours in advance. But if we don't get through everything tonight, which given where we are in it is likely, we will pick a date and time and continue it to that date and time so you will know before you leave today. Okay? If that was the question being specifically.
Somebody asked if we were aware that it was Wheeling High School graduation tonight or other events. So the calendar for the Wheeling Plan Commission and the Village Board is established the year before. The Wheeling Plan Commission always meets the second and fourth Wednesday of every month, except November and December, where we shift it to account for the holidays. So the schedule is set and every petitioner comes to a scheduled meeting. You know, there was a question about developing this land with something else and a vision, and I don't know if Director Clicker, you want to address that?
Sure. The zoning for this property was established in 1969 when the Mallard Lake apartment complex and the original subdivision was created. It was platted again in 1969. So the zoning for commercial businesses on these properties has been in place by the village since 1969. The uses envisioned are also, the village does a comprehensive plan where the uses and zoning in the village are evaluated on a periodic basis. And the last time this was done, the comprehensive plan indicates that this area should remain as a commercial property. So as to the question of having this be just ask them to zone it or build it as residential, that would actually go against the village planning and village zoning code. And the proposal before you is again in compliance with the B3 zoning requesting special uses.
Thank you. Hold on, we'll take rebuttals later. Thank you. So another question was about overnight parking and what is considered overnight and what is the enforcement? And I think Assistant Director Robles, maybe you can answer that.
Sorry, can you say that?
Someone asked about overnight parking and what exactly is overnight parking and how will it be enforced, or how will the village enforce that?
Yeah, so the way it is written and proposed is that overnight is the general term which allows the village staff the flexibility to determine the overnight hours. So we do not define the hours to give enforcement flexibility on the overnight parking element. In terms of enforcement, that is twofold. It's through code enforcement within community development as well as parking enforcement with the police department. So there's a two-pronged approach to enforcement regarding these matters related to zoning entitlements.
Okay, so
Well,
there was,
so to further respond to that question, the Plan Commission does have the ability to establish the hours. That is within their purview. As with all the conditions that staff has done, those are proposed conditions. Those are not approved or conditions that have been in place.
okay, we do have an orderly process
read
here. We
the-
can't just be yelling out questions
Read the
and stuff.
conditions.
I know, but that's not how it's being run, so. Then you're gonna have to wait, I'm sorry.
There'll be a time.
Right, there'll be a time if you wanna ask again. He's doing it to the best he can. I'm sorry, it's not acceptable. I'm sorry.
I can continue, but I can't continue with interruptions. So as I was stating is that there are draft conditions that are being proposed by staff. Those are for the Plan Commission to consider. If the Plan Commission wants to refine those, remove them, edit them in any way, shape, or form, that's what we're here for. And they can, as the Plan Commission, establish defined hours if through the course of this public hearing they feel that that is appropriate. And then those hours will be defined and that will be incorporated into the legislation if it goes in the positive route.
So the next question was about what's happening outside of the site for signage. So this property owner can only propose signage on their site. The village doesn't allow a property owner to put signage on property that they don't own. The village also does not permit billboards. There might be billboards existing from years past when it was allowed, but billboards are not currently permitted in the village, so a billboard could not go up for gas and wash down the street.
At least within the village of Wheeling. We have
Right.
no regulation outside of the village of Wheeling, and that's not within this board's purview to regulate what's on Route 53 or in any other village outside of Wheeling.
Ross or Steve, was there anything else you wanted to address?
I did hear somebody ask about the comprehensive plan. When was it done? The comprehensive plan for the village of Wheeling, this is all on our website, was approved in 2003, and the plan was amended and amended several times since then with the adoption of the station area plan in 2004, updated in 2019. The town center concept plan in 2010 and the active transportation plan in 2013. So it's a living document that does get reviewed on a periodic basis.
Director Clicker, could you also address the questions about Old Buffalo Grove Road?
Old Buffalo Grove Road and Hintz Road are both Cook County Highway Department roads, so they are under the jurisdiction of Cook County Highway. They are reviewing, Cook County Highway is reviewing the proposal for the permission to do the development as proposed. If Cook County Highway were to put conditions onto that, either regarding paving or other aspects, it would be up to their review and purview.
And that's one of the conditions that staff has proposed, is that they have to have approval from Cook County Highway.
Final, correct.
Should we hand it over to Kyle? There were some questions on stormwater.
Oh, yeah, on retention, yeah.
So the village engineer, Mr. Getzelman, is here. Maybe you could answer some of those questions, I think mostly related to stormwater. I think mainly ones you could answer is, how it's directed, and a lot of people were concerned about it being polluted by on-site.
Sure. Everyone here? So basically, there's a couple different components of this. The car wash, for example, all the drains in the car wash go into the sanitary sewer, which goes to a water treatment facility. So there's no direct impact to the neighboring environment through the soap and suds that come through the car wash. The water that goes into the detention basin, so it's a dry bottom basin on a regular basis until we get a big rain event. So the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District, they are going to be reviewing this project as well, and they have what's called volume control, which is a water clarity and a water quality feature that basically filters out all of the contaminants from water before it makes its way into the storm sewer system. That and Brian from their consulting engineer, there's also, I think, some oil separators, if I'm not mistaken, built into this, ADS oil separators. So, there's obviously a lot of measures in place to, improve the water quality that's coming off of the site. So all the water that drains from the parking lot, and all of the paved surfaces on this site will go into these water quality features, go into the detention basin, the volume control, which is permitted by MWRD, before going into the storm sewer system, and then going into our waterways. So I think that probably answers a majority of the questions. If there's any rebuttals, I'd be more than happy to answer them at a later time.
Thank you.
The petitioner, you can go ahead and answer any additional questions.
Yeah, there are various questions. Some were owner-related. I'll be answering kind of the design-related. Then we have some engineering and then also traffic-related. I may state the question and maybe delay it for the other party, just so we know that we're touching base on it. Why do we need to build for a semi if it's not the target? Again, as it was mentioned, it's the day runner type is our main focus, and also box trucks and landscape vehicles. They're on the current roads today, and that's our customer. I'll let you address the billiards on 53 later. 14,000 cars, that was per day, that's not per month. So that was the third question. Traffic patterns on the semi. Basically, we do run what's called an auto turn or a truck turn. It's a computer program that shows the radiuses and the radiuses of the curbs, the width of the driveways, the roads, etc. So we make sure that they meet all that, and the reviewing agencies also request that. The fifth question here was benefit of surrounding communities. On a square foot basis, a retail fueling facility generates more tax revenue than any other use on a square foot basis. And that is based on several things: real estate taxes, gasoline taxes, which are both local, county, and state. And then there's also the taxes for the sale of the goods inside the convenience store. With that, monies go to the state and they're distributed to other communities, especially the gas taxes. And so that's how it does benefit the surrounding communities in terms of taxes, but also the services offered are obviously available for those in the surrounding communities. The stoplight, I'll defer to the traffic on that. The diesel concern in terms, there was a question about DEF, and that is diesel exhaust fumes. And I left my one piece of paper there. Let me get that.
It may be my hearing, but I'm still having some difficulty.
Okay. I will talk louder. And so I guess the question was in general on DEF. And again, that is a requirement by the government for all new vehicles. And as I said already, there's an 85% coverage of all the vehicles on the road. And they predict that just within a few years, that will be 100%. And so the DEF, again, is diesel exhaust fluid. It's injected into the exhaust. And again, quoting a Zur chemical article dated February 22nd, 2024, DEF is injected into the exhaust stream, thereby converting the NOx emissions into harmless nitrogen gas and water vapor. So that's that one. Giving money to schools, I'll let you handle that, Alex. And then also the comment in regards to our entire facility will be ADA accessible from the roadway, from the streets, and into the site itself. You can see that basically here would be the main accessible route to go into the convenience store if you're walking on the sidewalks. We obviously don't want you to walk through the canopy, so we direct you around and to the building itself. There's a comment of 4 sides of residential. I believe we have at least one, but I think the slides that were shown with all the units showed the intensity of the residential around our sites. And so, I mean, these are large developments, and this will be developed as residential here. Same thing for these sites and all that. So residential basically on 4 sides here, and then there is future residential planned here, so this would be 4 sides. Okay.
There's going to be a chance for rebuttal. Everybody, there's going to be a chance for questions to come back. This is the only way we can keep it orderly, please.
School, 4 sides of residential. Truck stop, I think that point has been made. It's only defined as a truck stop by the state of Illinois for their purposes. And by ITE definition of truck stop, this facility doesn't meet it. That's plain, simple, that's fact. Why pick this site? It's got 14,000 cars going down the site going past the site right now, and it is in a good location for us. There's a comment about congestion. I want to just reiterate, our FAR ratio is 0.08 versus the previous of 0.27. 0.27. So again, a third of the previous density. So we are not congested. Liquor is not allowed to be served. We're not asking for a pouring license. Gallons per day, I'll let you get on that as well. And then also the question on 6 sources of revenue. Old Buffalo Grove, that was handled, that is by Cook County, that's being currently reviewed. Light, in terms of the photometrics, we meet all the requirements from that standpoint. And again, light emitting diodes direct the light down not out. So you can look, get the information of the photometric plan, and you can see what the foot candles are on the surrounding thing. And that's just science. Old Buffalo Grove, condition light, would like to 85% trucks. I don't remember that question. It was something about 85. What was stated, I think there was a little confusion by one of the persons that asked, and they said, why 85, we're not allowing a dispenser for 85% of the trucks. That was not the quote being made. The quote that was made by Alex was that 85% of the diesel fuel that's sold are being sold by 4 entities, Pilot, TA, Loves, etc. They all have fleet programs which their cards cannot be used at our facility. So that's where that 85% came in. Environmental, we've talked about it in terms of the diesel exhaust, basically eliminates the concern there. EPA, there is a question about the margin of safety. This is a quote from EPA. And so that was in their quote. The EPA has concluded that the current NAAQS rate protects the public health, including the at-risk population of older adults, children, and people with asthma, with an adequate margin of safety. So that's their definition, that's not our terms. How are roads impacted? There are, like I say, taxes are developed from this site. They go to the state roadway fund. They're distributed throughout. And so the taxes that are being developed help pay for any road improvements. Additional traffic, Andrew, I'll let you handle that. The 24-hour issues, if you want to expound upon that. I had a question, and I apologize. Some of these, there was something about where the materials, something about the materials.
I think the question was about the T.
No, I think it was where they can find the materials.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, that was
Okay.
where they can find the materials for
Okay,
these.
okay. All right, so that goes past the 6th presenter, now to the 7th questionnaire. Old Buffalo Grove, we talked about it. It will not be filled with semis. And Andrew can talk about how many trucks. It'll be a very limited number. Again, the question was about truck stops, so we handled that. Decibel sound of a car wash. Basically, what we found, and I did the sound ratings tonight at 5:30, that the high point, the highest decibel level on the existing roadway today is 81 decibels. The lowest was 51 decibels. Then I did an average rating that ran from 56 to 74, and the average was roughly about 63, and that's at 5:30 at night. And so what happens is there is a requirement in the state for 55 decibels coming off of a industrial property, actually. And so we need to meet that, but also the fact is that our noise does not exceed what's on the roadway already, with that 81 decibel rating that occurred at the peak point, which was a truck going by with a trailer. And so with the sounds of the decibels, we mitigate sound through various means, through the building architecture and materials and the use of fencing and directing the flow of the sound. Brian will handle the comment about the soaps and waxes, but I think it was somewhat already addressed. We talked about the 4 sides of residential. The one question about alternate the essential character of the neighborhood. All the previous uses for this site were special uses. So ours is a special use too, and we're very much in line with what the comprehensive plan calls for this site. I don't know about Widgeon and Sheldon, Andrew, if you could answer those questions. They talked about preventing traffic going onto those streets. The car wash was stated as 24 hours. It is not 24 hours. EV charging, we bring 480 volt power to our site. And that is the key for when you do a type 2 charger. Type 2 chargers are basically about 20 minutes and in about a 3/4 fill. It's recommended by the electric car manufacturers that you don't fill the whole battery with a fast charger. And so about 20 minutes, we do bring 480 volt. We have conduits to certain spots. We haven't engaged in a electric company yet, and maybe Alex can expound upon that, just because of the industry is so new and so changing. That gets us to our 11th talker. The question was answered about the graduation night. Again, another thing about Windsor, short walk from home. Yes, our customers that we showed on here, a lot of those are our customers, and they walk to our facilities. Sorry. The question was 14,000 cars. That was per day, not per month. Turning radius, Brian could elaborate, but he runs that through and makes sure everything is set for a vehicle to safely maneuver through the site. Idling, we do not promote idling. The signs at the dispensers clearly state to turn off the vehicle. And so that is the safe thing to do. And so that's our approach to that. Lights on the canopy, again, we're in the canopy. They don't stick below it, so the light doesn't go horizontal, they go vertical. How many pumps? There's an inline 7 right here, so there's 7 pumps auto here, and then there's 2 sets of pump, a main and a satellite for each lane. And so this is based on the volume of 14,000 cars a day. And then the type of fast food, I'll let you grab that as well. That concludes the 11th speaker. 12th, kind of vehicles. Andrew, I don't know if you can handle that. Of the 14,000 vehicles a day, what's the rough mixture of that? That was basically speaker number 12. Speaker number 13, requirements regarding denied rights. This is a B3. The uses that we're proposing are listed in your code as special use. So that's why we have to go here. If they weren't listed, we could just go and permit it and build it. So that's your safeguard for the community members for different uses. Where we will find data, speaker number 14, that was mentioned already. Why islands 2 for trucks a day? Basically because that's the volume that we anticipate. That is the allowing the vehicles. Trucks take about 20 minutes to fill. And so someone is not going to wait behind, not that we're expecting that much of a backup, but that's why we have 2. We always have 2 as a minimum. Okay, there's a bunch of similar questions. Where are the 8-foot walls? This was speaker number 17. The 8-foot walls are along the north property line and coming along the east property line all the way to this point right here. It stops a little bit short of the property line for what's called a safe vision triangle. So safety for anyone pulling out of here, they can see clearly down the road. So that's where the 8-foot walls are. The canopy height is 16 feet from the deck to the ground. Idling, we talked about idling. I don't know, Alex, if you maybe even want to offer that we post signs in the DEF about not idling. We've done that at other locations. Going down to 19, justification versus 83 in Dundee. This site is zoned properly. It has the proper traffic, and that's why we're looking at it. Traffic pattern, Andrew, if you would handle that one. Landscape berms, Brian, if you could handle that in the front. I can't remember if we had berms there or not. Flexibility to 24 hours. Alex, I'll let you handle that. Speaker number 21, assessment of property. We do assessment properties. We've had to do that for several sites in each case. And the letters, if you read the letters, they support that the property values around our sites are not diminished. In fact, they either hold or they improve. And so those are actual appraisal reports that were required by other authorities having jurisdictions for them to be developed. And so that's, we have done that at several sites. The soap and wax, Brian. Homeless person begging, we do have cameras, we do have security items, we do give the police the right to come onto the property and issue citations. And that's also kind of in light with the next comment from speaker number 22, overnight parking enforcement. Speeding enforcement, that's going to have to be a community item. Mokina, if you can maybe address that. That was item number 23. One gentleman said create vision for property. This property has been vacant for, 20 years, if not a little bit more? How long? Okay, I'm wrong with that. But it has been vacant for a while, and this is a use that's proposed that is allowed per the zoning code. 25. There's a comment about the T-canopy expense and the parking at the fuel pumps. No, that T-shaped canopy, there is the accessible parking at the front doors here. That happens to be under the T, but not in this area. No one will be parking in this part of the T shape. DEF will be sold at this on both lanes. DEF will be sold. Old Buffalo Grove question, that was answered already. A fence around the retention pond. Brian, if you could maybe handle that. Number 26, why do we think we'll be successful? Because not only has the owner of Gas and Wash been operating Gas and Wash for 12 years, he also was very much a part of another very successful petroleum company that ran for decades and decades. So the ownership, the investors in this group know a good site when they see it. Traffic lights, Andrew, if you could take that, please. We've talked about the health issues. Again, this is EPA comments, not my comments. and their reports, so please feel free to look that up. Poor sales in the restaurant, we don't feel so. Our QSRs do very well in our stores. And again, the question about liquor pouring, there will be no pouring. Hours for the trucks, if you could handle that. I'm on number 27. Traffic accidents, I don't know, Andrew, if you okay? 24 hours C-store, that is, yeah, the items that would be 24 hours is the C-store area and the auto canopy, not the car wash, not the CFL. Anything not being good between 3 and 4, I little jokingly say, but that's when they start making Dunkin' Donuts. So, so I think that's kind of good. Number 28, will location appear on the app? Yes, of course it will. And websites and all that, making people who are in the area aware of it. And that was that. I think the rest of 28 and 29 were already answered, and I think that was it. The last question, the very last question, I didn't quite get that. I had like EPA to sign off or something.
Oh, that was a question about the ownership, that you already closed on the property, and was anything actually already approved by the
okay.
village? And
Okay.
I had answered a no.
Okay.
Okay. Because he showed a map with 6 different properties, 6 different aerials condensed.
No, you can wait until the rebuttal where you can rebut. No, nobody else gets to ask a question like that. No, I know, but you get a chance to come back. Nobody else gets to ask a question.
We're not going anywhere, sir.
No, nobody else gets
Get
to
another chance
do
to ask
that.
the questions.
Or else everybody gets to step in.
We're trying to get through the first round of questions first, and then we'll give another opportunity to ask follow-up questions based on what was presented. So hold on, let them finish answering your first round of questions, and then you will get another opportunity to ask more questions.
All right, Andrew Bowen, B-O-W-E-N. All right, first, the installation of a traffic light is also managed by Cook County. Is it both of those? Sorry. The installation of a traffic light is also managed by Cook County, as that is, Hintz Road is their roadway. We evaluated the need for a traffic signal as part of our traffic impact study, and that has been submitted to the county. Our findings indicated that a traffic light will not be warranted based on projected volumes at that intersection. However, that is up to the county in the end. As far as the additional traffic that will be generated in the area, we evaluated that as part of our traffic impact study that included numerous intersections surrounding the site. We found that the proposed development will have a limited impact on the intersections outside of the immediate area of the site. As far as the daily traffic on the surrounding roadways, the number of 14,000 that we went over, that's the daily amount on Hintz Road. If we look at the amount of trucks, we don't have daily numbers, but we can look at the hours we did count during the day, and we found that only during the 6 hours we counted only about 60 single unit trucks and about 60 semi trucks were there. Extrapolating it, that's 200 to 300 trucks throughout the entire day. If we look at the alternate pathings and people who would find other ways or use local streets, if you look at the area, you'll find that there is minimal benefit to trying to use adjacent roadways. If traffic were to try and use Wigion to turn onto Hintz Road, they would have to travel north through parking lot, through stop signs, and ultimately end up at the same location trying to make the same turn for no benefit. If they were attempting to use a different signal to turn back onto Hintz, such as the ones further east, they would have to take a very, very long route to reach those. With a business such as this that's driven so much on convenience, it's unlikely that vehicles would take these long routes. We requested traffic data for the area from the state, who provided us accident data for the past 5 years for the surrounding intersections. We found that the couple of intersections along Hintz Road with Old Buffalo Grove Road, with Buffalo Grove Road, those intersections were only averaging 2 to 3 accidents per year, and then the other surrounding neighborhood streets were averaging less than 1 accident per year, if any. I think that's all of those.
I'm Brian Hertz from MG2A, a civil engineer. Just to add to what the village engineer had spoke to regarding the soaps and waxes and things from the car wash. So the discharge from the car wash goes to a mud basin. It's a triple basin setup that is located in the vacuum spaces right outside the car wash building to the west, kind of about right in this area right here. So there's a trench that collects the water underneath the car wash building here, and it discharges about middle of the building, and it comes into this triple basin setup that discharges from there and goes to the sanitary sewer system. The MWRD reviews that. They look at all the details and the setup of that system. The stormwater basin, we have a surface storage area up here, and then we have some underground stormwater detention chambers in this area here. And then we also have some underground chambers located over in this area here. So the MWRD, they review that. The village's stormwater detention requirements are actually more restrictive than what the MWRDs are. So we have to meet the discharge release rate requirements for the village and MWRD. He had also mentioned volume control. So the volume control is provided for this site. Some of the volume control is a waiver because you don't want to direct, some of these runoff areas from around the fueling area here or the fueling area from down here to the volume control, because volume control promotes infiltration. And, the volume control is supposed to recharge groundwater and things like that. So the MWRD reviews that also. Question was brought up about berms. We do have some berms along the side here, and then on the north side up here. We have side slope requirements that we have to meet for the berms, so they're limited in height to maybe 2 to 3 feet in height on those berms. There's some other areas down here where we can do some berms that may be close to that as well. What were the other items? I think that's about it.
Is there any fence, I'm sorry, I stepped away, was there any fence around the detention? Or is it not?
Right.
Is it flat?
Right, so there is no fence around the detention. Every other site that doesn't have underground detention has a stormwater basin on it, and we've never had a fence located around the surface storage detention areas, and there's never been a problem. We do have the fence around the perimeter, the north and the east sides, so I guess that would be the fence.
Is it flat, or is it?
Yeah, it's flat.
Okay, so
it's
it
flat,
doesn't
but then it slopes. So these lines right here represent 1 foot of fall, so 1 foot of change in elevation. So there's, the detention area is about 4 to 5 feet deep.
Okay.
That it?
All good with Brian. Any other questions for him?
I don't think so. I'm trying to keep track, and I will, if I see
Okay.
anything that we missed at the end, I'll let you know.
Sounds good. I know it's been an issue all night. Can you guys all hear me okay? Yes. Okay, good.
You can move it up too if you don't want to.
Bend all the way over. Yeah, thank you. All right, one of the points was the 12,000 gallons of diesel a month, and important point to bring up, that includes kind of what we call auto diesel, one of the best-selling vehicles in the U.S. Obviously, a lot of trucks fill up with diesel, so that, you know, that number encompasses trucks or not large semi-trucks, but trucks, F-150s, et cetera, that are going to be filling up at the site as well. And as Chris already mentioned, we're going to get a lot of moving trucks, landscapers, et cetera, that would take up a lot of space if they were filling up on the retail canopy here. And that's why we have this area up here for those type of customers. Billboards on 53 is an issue, and as I stated earlier, that's not our customer. I'm happy to sign anything that says we'll never put a billboard up on 53. No one's gonna get off 53 and go to Gas and Wash as an over-the-road truck driver. So if we can do that, happy to do that. The car wash hours would be 6 to 9. I believe that's the proposed, so it's not a 24-hour car wash. I know that was a question brought up earlier. Liquor hours, obviously, whatever the ordinance dictates, it's not going to be a 24-hour operation as well. As far as the car count focus that seems to be brought up over and over, one of the sites pointed out, our Theodore and Droughton site has a very kind of similar car count and has not been an issue. Community focus, someone brought up, hey, what do you guys do in the community? Just last week, we did Cop on a Rooftop. We've been part of numerous fundraisers in the community. We sponsor sports teams. Last summer, we did a fundraiser for a child in the community who had cancer. We want to be selective, but we're definitely involved in various community causes. EV station was brought up. It's something we're constantly looking at. We want to make sure it's a viable kind of business and a good offering for the needs in the community. Something we're evaluating, as Chris mentioned earlier. But right now, 80% of charging, roughly, happens at home from the last numbers that I saw. So it's not something we're looking at this facility at this time. Gallons per day, as I mentioned already, we're looking at 12,000 gallons of diesel a month and call it, 5,500 gallons of unleaded a day. 24-hour concerns, I know that keeps coming up, but point worth noting that at kind of other fueling facilities, customers can still get gas 24 hours a day. They just can't go in the store. As previously mentioned, we want to be open to the public. We're not a driver of traffic. I don't know how many people here are familiar with Buc-ee's, based in Texas. I call it Disney built a convenience store. That's not Gas and Wash. We're not a traffic driver. We're, part of that daily commute that customer has. And if they want to get a soda or a snack, if they've got a late night, they have a night shift, whatever it may be, that's why we'll be open. And further, I'll get into the tenant options as well. Our tenant, we typically have a coffee tenant. We want to be part of that kind of daily commute, that daily routine. And that coffee tenant typically opens at 4 to the public. So I know Chris joked that what good happens between 3 and 4. A lot of times we have Do Right Donuts in a number of our sites, and they start making donuts around midnight every day. So they're already there making fresh donuts daily. And that's part of the reason, too, that we want to keep that 24 hours of operations. Tenant options, I mentioned Do Right. We have Dunkin' in a number of sites. We're going to have Scooter's Coffee, which is somewhat new to the Chicagoland area, but pretty prevalent around the country. I think they have around 800 sites. We've got Pops, kind of what we call a taco truck, and it's actually in the store. But they've grown well with us. We've got a number of lunch options, including Duke's Beef. So just before we get any tenant too excited about this potential partnership, we want to make sure we go through the necessary process and approvals first. But likely some type of lunch option and then a coffee option as well, as far as tenants are concerned. And then we'll work directly with Wheeling to make sure that there's no overnight parking. I mean, again, there's no truck parking at all on this site, and we're kind of happy to close after we talk to Wheeling about hours of the operation in the back. I think that's it, unless you guys have any outstanding questions for us.
I had a couple that didn't, specific ones, I don't think the details were picked up. One was asked about specifically what the decibel levels are of the sound for the car wash and vacuum, and the length of time for the sustained decibel noise with like the vacuums. I know you discussed kind of the range, and that it doesn't exceed what's on the roadway right now, but I don't know if you addressed if you know what those decibel levels are or not. You can use the microphone right there, that's fine.
Basically, it all depends on where you're at from the source of the noise, right? If you're 90 degrees, it's going to be a lot less. Directly out the door at the property line will be about 60 decibels, and that would be in line with the road noise average. Oh, actually, the average road noise was a little higher. It was 65. And we work with a sound specialist so that we make sure that we meet the state requirements. So, I mean, we can do a diagram and show some points, but it's all dependent on your distance and angle.
So you're saying from the property line, though, it doesn't exceed 60
Correct.
decibels?
Yeah.
Okay, and then it obviously tends to drop off once you get off the property line?
Right. And the dryer runs roughly about 20 to 30 seconds, depending on the type of wash that you've purchased.
Okay. And the vacuums, do you know the average time?
Yeah, the vacuums, they're actually much lower. When the nozzle is in there, there is really no sound. Then it's about a 4 decibel tick up when you pull it out. And so it's a little bit hard because there's always average noise levels on a site. And we find with the streets, that always dries to 68. So I was yesterday at a site, and with, there's 2 types of nozzles we have, and it was an average of, when it was in, it was 57.1. It went up to 70 at just right at the holster, but then it was down at 63 at the end of the stall, so 10 feet away. So every time you double the distance, you drop about 3 decibels. And so at 30 feet, you're going to be at 60. And then, of course, we're going to be down below the 55 by the time we get to the property line.
And then I think the question for the T canopy was more not, you had addressed the parking like in between the T and the C store. I think the question was, do you anticipate people leaving their vehicles at the pumps and then going into the C store? And that's why you're having that covered area in case it's raining. I think that was the question.
Okay. Alex, I don't know if you want to answer that.
Yeah, I mean, people can leave their vehicle at the pump and go in and get a quick snack and then come back out. But that's, again, we've got monitors directly by the checkout, so our manager can monitor what's going on and make sure that no one's just leaving their car there. We're constantly tracking that and monitoring it.
And the other one was, is there going to be diesel sold at the pumps in the front, at the front?
2 outside. Yeah, just on the ends of the retail canopy, and that's, as I mentioned earlier, typically where a lot of the Ford trucks go, Chevy trucks are filling up.
Maybe I didn't get the answer, sorry. And then the only other ones I see that weren't specifically addressed dealt with gaming, which I can provide a little bit of clarity on the process. Oh, Ross, do you want to provide, sorry, I was going to jump in, but I'll let you take the clarity on the gaming process.
Yes. Again, the definition of, for gaming at a gas station or / truck stop does need to fit that definition. That is all then handled by the Illinois Gaming Board. The applicant, if they meet those requirements, can apply to the gaming board for a gaming license. If approved, it would be allowed to have a maximum of, I believe it is 6 machines. And that would be a purview of the Illinois Gaming Board based on the definitions established by the state of Illinois.
Yeah, so as far as the question on could they get a variation, that's all handled by the Illinois Gaming Board. The Village of Wheeling, while its zoning allows gaming in its community, it does not grant gaming licenses, especially for this location. It grants liquor licenses that allow gaming and has done that, but this would not have a liquor license for that, but is allowed, and that's under the state law and covered by the state. I think the distinction of, or the question of the two different, you're defined as a truck stop here, but you're not a truck stop. The clarity being given is that there's a lot of different definitions and different laws that mean different things. So a truck, as we've stated, the truck stop under the Gaming Act has a specific definition to meet that definition, but a truck stop under zoning considerations, which was provided by the petitioner, has that adjacent to a highway and has the convenience aspects of the shower, lockers, et cetera. Those components of what people think in the zoning context as a truck stop is not what we mean today. So while it might meet one definition, the clarity trying to be given was that under the zoning understanding of where people sleep overnight, take a shower, that's not in there. And to a question as far as how do we prevent that from evolving into that in the future, again, that is the type of conditions that the Plan Commission can consider adding. One of the ones being proposed already is the prohibition on overnight parking. Another one that could be considered would be to prohibit the showers, lockers, et cetera, those kind of aspects as well.
In addition, those would be changes to the PUD.
Yes.
The PUD is establishing what is permitted on that site. If they wanted to add additional services or uses that would amend the PUD, they would have to come back through this entire hearing process.
Yes, so again, the same notification and hearing process would happen. They wouldn't just be able to change it overnight. So I think that addressed the majority of the questions that were asked. So it's 9:40. I feel like, should we try to get through all the questions? Do you want?
That's for the.
That's for public comment. Okay, so I'll leave it to the chair. My thought is if we try to push through any rebuttal questions based on the information you heard just now, try to get those addressed, and then we'll probably adjourn for tonight. For the next meeting would be your opportunity to present if people have other evidence, and then also general comments, thoughts, and feelings would be at a later time as well. But I'd like to try to get through the questions so that we have that portion wrapped up tonight, if that's okay with the commission.
Yes.
Okay, so now, if anyone has any follow-up questions, they can ask them, and we're gonna do the same process where everyone asks their follow-up questions, and then they can address them, and try to keep them related to based on the information you just heard. New questions. New questions.
My question was for staff originally, with the idea of this request including gaming at this scenario or at this location. Can you advise whether or not, or help me understand how that doesn't effectively change the essential character of the location? Because gaming, no, that's for staff who makes the decision. How does
Director
allowing
Flicker is
something
staff.
that
Yeah,
So,
he's the
Russ-
director.
So Russ, how does allowing something that was never there previously not impact or change the essential character? Not zoning questions, but
The
how?
Village of Wheeling is not.
Ross, let's wait till the end.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
sorry.
okay,
Sorry.
sorry, I was bio.
You're changing the rules on them.
Sorry, I did that.
Thank you.
My question is, isn't every gas station in Wheeling going to want to have this? I mean, if this is a truck stop, but it's not a truck stop, if I owned a gas station, in Wheeling, I'd be trying to get gambling and liquor. I mean, I think in 2019, you had some regulation about gas stations not being allowed to have liquor. Is that still in effect?
Okay.
Okay.
We're just taking the questions
taking the
down.
questions.
Sorry, we're doing it again.
Well, so my question is, if that's still in effect,
We'll answer it.
then how come this truck stop that's not a truck stop is allowed to do this? And then, again, I would, if I owned a gas station in Wheeling, I'd be coming wanting, why not? Why not get gambling and why not?
Yeah, we do have an answer for that, so.
We'll get
Hi, sorry, I don't have a new question. I wanted to clarify mine because out of everything I've heard, I haven't heard an answer to the question that I posed. I had asked about the 24-hour safety concerns, and I haven't seen it in the documentation that was submitted. The gentleman here, I believe, had stood up at the beginning of his statements and talked about how it is safer to have a business open 24 hours a day rather than closing at a reasonable hour. The reality is you're a plan commission. If it's meeting the zoning requirements, you're going to approve that this moves forward. That's what plan commissions do. And it'll be up to the board to determine whether this business's requests finally do get approved. If I got that wrong, you'll correct me. I understand. So I get that. My concern is about the safety and the hours. And the hours, I believe, are within the Plan Commission's purview. So perhaps it's a two-part question. Where did the data come from saying that 24/7 is safer? And, you know, the follow-up to it would be, what will the Plan Commission's recommendation be on the hours for this business?
And the second part will probably be addressed when the plan commission starts discussing the issue itself, but
Okay.
we'll let the petitioner answer the first question when we get to it. But
Thank
I
you.
wanted to clarify, that second part will be part of their deliberation,
Perfect.
but
Thanks
thank you.
for the clarity.
So I was number 17, and you did not answer my question. My question was about the wall, yes, is 8 foot, and how high the canopy is 16 feet, and two-story buildings are 20 feet at least. How bright is your signage that goes all the way around your canopy? And your car wash, which is going to be in the windows of the people in the second story of all the houses surrounding your property. Thanks.
My question relates to the conversation about the 24-hour, and the assertion was that these are all special use. In the 50 years that I've lived in the area, there has been nothing that's 24 hours at that location. Yes, there has been a Butera and a Garden Fresh, and they came and went, of course, and they ended up destroying the property, and other stores and offices were there too. So and the gas station, which you're saying, well, there's a gas station there, it was never a 24-hour. It was a simple 2-bay gas station with 2 islands. This is a monumental change for our neighborhood, monumental. You have a sign over there on that
Do you have do you have a question? Because we're
Yeah.
doing questions now.
Okay, my question is, have you read that sign? Have you read the thing that you said at the bottom of that poster? Because it talks about being for everybody in the community, always.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm going to piggyback a little on that, but I do have a question. And it goes to the 14,000 traffic study, the metering. I've lived in Northgate, across the road, 53 years. And I don't think anybody's traveled Hintz Road as much as I have. I think I've seen everything built along that road except Wheeling High School was there. And 14,000, it sounds like a lot, but I know that after dinner, there's very little traffic on that road. I don't know if this was metered, at what time of day did you meter? From 6 o'clock PM to 6 AM, how much traffic was there? Or was it all just commercial people going to work back and forth during the day? I think that makes a difference, because I see the addition of a 24-hour facility, and none of the businesses that were there, as this gentleman was saying, were open late. And Torrey's gas station was the first one there. He closed at dinner time. There was a jewelry shop, a dry cleaner. I mean, this would, I think, change the essential character of the neighborhood in the evening. It's always been a nice, peaceful, quiet road. When I turn onto Hintz Road coming from the train station, with very little traffic there. This is going to be a whole new ballgame. So I don't know if they really took that into account.
Hi. My question is regarding the zoning, and I know it was touched upon, but I guess since this is surrounded by residential, I don't understand why it cannot be rezoned for residential, and I would like clarification on that. Thank you.
Okay, I know the semantics about truck stops, large truck stops, Wheeling's version, definition, and everything else, but the fact of the matter is, the Illinois Gaming Board's definition of a truck stop is it's got to be within 3 miles of a freeway or an interstate. You must have proven that you're selling 12,000 gallons of diesel averaging every month. So, gas and wash, if you start selling on average, and you can prove to the Illinois Gaming Board that you're selling 12,000 gallons of diesel every month, are you going to then apply to the Illinois Gaming Board? Because you know what? If they do apply, whatever rules and ordinances Wheeling has, the Illinois Gaming Board supersedes them.
Yes.
Okay? And that's what I'm afraid of. You're going to pull a fast one. You're going to sell 12,000 gallons, and you're going to apply for a gaming. And also, doesn't Wheeling have, if I read correctly, in 2019, Wheeling passed an ordinance prohibiting liquor sales at gas stations and gaming at gas stations. Is that law still in effect?
Okay, so I guess my question, I was the one who asked about the 14,000 cars, and I was wondering if some of those were counted twice, because it seems to me that the size of this gas station is extremely large for the area. And again, if we're trying to hit that number of selling a certain amount so that there can be some gaming there, I'm thinking your numbers may be incorrect in terms of how many cars, because it could be the same cars going back and forth. So that's what I'm wondering about, because I think that'll be a big difference, because to me that seems like a very large gas station compared to what was there. And then there was a picture up there where they were saying that the property values increased in those areas, but in all of the areas that you showed me, there was quite a bit of rural area, and of course, rural areas always increase in value as you build more around them. We are an established community. There is really no more new growth going on. The only way that we increase our property values is by holding firm to the fact that we are a nice, wholesome community. So if we add these additional gaming, six tables or whatever machines is an awful lot. And then also with this 24-hour caveat to it, I just think that we are taking away from the fact that we are a wholesome community. So I'm unclear as to why the gaming has to be there, and I'm unclear as to exactly what's going to be 24 hours. I get that the car wash isn't, and I get that the pumps for the trucks aren't, but then I wanted to know about the others as well. So that's it.
I'd like the panel over here to at least clarify the 6 aerial photos that they provided, which were condensed, are pretty much off the 55 or I-80. So there's really you still have an external obsolescence of the highway than anything else. So to compare apples to apples, you can't say that you have residential on either side, on all 4 sides, and do so. All of the ones that were provided over here, if you look at an aerial photo, do not have the truck access that's on the top right there. None of them do. They only have the car wash and they have the gas station. So if they can clarify that a lot better and give us an expanded view, an aerial view, and all for the comparables that they're trying to give us, telling us that, because the one in Green Oaks that's going up right now, there's no residences for at least a mile and a half, if not more. So if they can state that clearly, that'd be great. Thank you.
I know that the follow-up to my question was that the car wash was from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., but I didn't hear an answer as far as the truck hours, so I may have missed that, but that part was not answered from my question. I'd also like to know where the traffic impact study is posted and where I can get that. Again, the numbers of this 14,000 cars, I pass through there at least 4 to 6 times a day. If I forgot to get milk at the store, that's another 2 times. So I'm 8 to maybe 10 times of passing through there. So I do have a question about how accurate that truly is with the number of students that drive to Wheeling High School, the number of students that are being dropped off at Riley, at Ivy Hill, and going through that area also could be impacting our numbers. And you talk about the neighborhood wanting to come and fill your gas, fill up with gas there. I would just be curious why people would want to come to you. I'm a Costco member. I would most certainly fill up with gas any day at Costco. It's not a convenience matter to fill up 2 blocks away from my house. Also, the accident data, I'd like to know where that's from. To say that accidents in an intersection other than Buffalo Grove and Hintz is only about 1 a year, I beg to differ, because I see accidents, pieces of cars weekly at my intersection at Waterman and Hintz. So, thank you.
One last question from me for tonight. Has anybody, whether it's the Village of Wheeling or Gas and Wash, have you guys done any health risk assessment surveys? Benzene is a byproduct of fuel. Benzene is a cancer-causing carcinogen. I would hope that the Village of Wheeling would have at least asked for a health risk survey, and the EPA has them for free available.
I had a number of questions that I asked, some were answered, some weren't. One of the questions I asked what studies were done for this location in respect to property values, health, traffic patterns. Also, there was data that was mentioned, you talked about surrounding intersections. What intersections? Did that follow Hintz Road? Hintz is 1 lane each direction, 20-mile-an-hour speed limit by my house. I want to make sure that there isn't an expectation that that's going to be a thoroughfare for the semis that aren't going to be coming off 53 to get gassed up at the site where we're building a gas station to support semis, just in case they come. I don't understand the 24-hour thing, and I want to repeat what I think I understand. We're saying the car wash is 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Liquor, you said you're going to follow the village ordinance, which I looked up, and it appears to be 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. every day of the week. We're expecting that gas sales would occur 24 hours. Drive-through would be open starting probably 4 a.m. Gambling would follow what schedule? When we talk about the overnight parking, and we all agree, village ordinance, we'll figure it out. Are we going to have standing to do gambling, or the car will park to do gambling, but just not be there overnight, maybe the hours between 2 and 4 when liquor stops and coffee starts? With respect to consumption of alcohol on the property, can somebody purchase alcohol and stand on the sidewalk by our houses and drink? In terms of the traffic to the area, I fail to believe that increasing the traffic to the area in the middle of the night is going to improve safety in the neighborhood. I'd like to know where those statistics came from. Of the 14,000 vehicles a day, I believe I heard that that was a 6-hour study that was then extrapolated? No. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, I broke the rules there. What I'd like to know is, as that was done, I assume that there's either a statistic or an actual count that was done to calculate how many of those actually are diesel vehicles and not electric, not standard gasoline, and I would very much like to know how that is going to support the 12,000 gallons a month for diesel. I wanted to also understand that when we talked about the potential other site over at, I think it was Dundee and 83, we made a statement that the reason this site was selected is because it met the traffic and the marketing, I'll call it, definitions, the zoning also that was required for the site. Does that mean that the Dundee site was evaluated and eliminated, or was it not considered? I'd be interested to know, we mentioned the investors. I'm curious, who are the investors? Are they, are they United States? Are they outside the States? I believe somebody else asked the question that with respect to this site being zoned commercial, you mentioned that the last time it was modified or assessed was 2013. I just want to confirm something someone else mentioned, which is my expectation that should the village have a desire to do so, they could rezone that with an appropriate development plan. And then the last thing that I had was with respect to the lights on the canopy, and we had the conversation about the 8-foot fence versus the height of the canopy. Are there branding lights all the way around the outside? I fully understand the canopy is downlighting, but do we have the neon sign saying, your brand all the way around shining in people's windows? And I believe that was it.
I just have one more question then. I guess I don't understand how 14,000 cars, if that is accurate, warrants all those islands. I mean, there's 7 in the front and the 3 in the back. When we were coming here, on Dundee Road, the traffic was backed up from 83 all the way to Village Hall, and the 2 gas stations on the corner of Dundee and 83 one had 4 pumps and one had 6 pumps.
I believe that question's already been, they've already answered that question.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Sorry. Or, I don't know if they want to do it again.
So my question before, one of my questions was, do you plan on installing video gaming in this facility? So my first question is, why didn't you answer that question, which was very straightforward? And then 2, could you please answer that question? And then I suppose for the board and the staff, it seems clear that installing gaming is a clear goal of Gas and Wash. And it seems very clear that the community does not support that, the community that's here and the larger community. So if this seems like a clear path to that, why would the board consider this installation, knowing that it does not seem like the community supports gaming with residential surrounding all 4 sides of it?
Okay. Sorry, I don't like doing this, but I believe I heard someone say that they cleaned up the gunk from the dry cleaners. My house directly backs up to Hintz Road. I see the entire plot of land. I'd like to know when it was cleaned up and how long it took, because I have not seen anyone at all out there cleaning this up. As for your 14,000 cars, I invite any of you to spend the afternoon and evening in my backyard counting those cars, because at night, I hear them all. And there are like zip after like 11 o'clock. You can go a half an hour. So I invite any of you to stay in my backyard, or anyone in Wheeling. I live in Arlington Heights. I've lived in that house for 40 years. I've been through everything that went back there. and there are not enough cars, so there's not 14,000 cars going past there. So you're welcome to come and spend the night in my backyard.
Okay, so
Yeah, come on.
I'm just curious, has the planning commission actually gone out to the site and actually looked? And like all of you have gone out and just looked around and seen the property? And, you know, this is part of the plan, like just to see the residences on all sides as you're looking at this property. I would just like to know if the planning commission, if everybody has gone out and looked.
okay, so, are we gonna try and
Yeah,
address
we
this?
can.
All right. So, I think there was a couple that,
There were a couple on gaming.
Yeah,
that
I think-
Yeah,
address
do
right
you
off
want
the
to go
bat
ahead
again.
and the liquor
Yeah,
designate?
the liquor district. Yes, I'll address some of the village concerns or questions regarding laws and licenses regarding liquor sales at gas stations. Yes, there is a law prohibiting packaged liquor sales at gas stations. This liquor store is not part of the gas station. It is completely separate, has its own bathroom, office space, cash register, doorway and the facility can operate completely independent of the gas station and vice versa. So in that respect, they are not violating village law. As far as the size or the gaming aspect again, why doesn't every gas station have gaming? If the gas stations in town meet the requirements of the state gaming board, which one of them is a site over 3 acres in size, they could apply for gaming at any gas station in Wheeling. That is a state law. As it was stated, it supersedes village local ordinance. If there are issues with gaming at large gas facilities, you need to take those concerns to your state representatives. It is a state law. As far as rezoning of the property, we have had proposals that have come in for various residential developments. Quite honestly, the financials don't work for that. Those proposals have all never even gotten to the point of actually formally requesting a rezoning because their financials just don't work. I think those were the major questions that came to the village aspect of it, and I'll
Let me look through.
They're not
He is
now.
the staff member, he's the director of community development, so he is addressing kind of the questions for those. The plan commission, if there was a specific question for the plan commission on their thoughts and feelings, they'll address that when it's their kind of time to speak, but staff usually comments on the things with where the board has been, what the direction has been, what the code says, et cetera. So that's why he's addressing those. I'm making sure that we have anything else with the village obviously has the ability to rezone if, as Director Clicker indicated, they petitioned the Plan Commission to rezone the property, which has not been done at this time. I wanted to note that the traffic study is available on the website and has been since last week. It's one of the attachments to this agenda and to this packet, so it is available for anyone to go on and view and see all the details of that traffic study, though I assume the petitioner will elaborate, but one of the questions was, where can I see that? We will also make sure that the presentation tonight, which included those aerials, will be up part of the next packet, so you'll be able to review those again, and I'm sure they have noted your request for enlarged aerial views versus the 6, as well as, I'm assuming, the letters that they submitted from the other towns and the police chiefs, which was some of the data that they were relying on for the statements or claims regarding the safety of 24/7. Those, I believe my notes show those were from the based on the police chief letter. So those will be included in the next packet as well. As far, all right, I think the rest would be for the petitioner. Yeah, the petitioner's going to address the rest of the question. I'm not ignoring the rest of the questions. Oh, the hours for selling packaged liquor is that, someone read it off, the 2 a.m. But the Plan Commission could, of course, that is something within their purview if they wanted to limit hours of
Yeah,
operation.
packaged liquor sales per the standard liquor license is 7 a.m. to 2 a.m., but those can be modified by the Plan Commission. Okay, you guys can come up and rebut anything.
Oh, I mean, to the extent that can someone purchase alcohol and stand on the sidewalk and drink, I mean, as a hypothetical, yes, but that could be the same with any other packaged liquor store in this community, and there's no data so far to support that that happens on a regular basis. So,
Did they have that problem at Liquor Island? Did they have their problem with Liquor Island, which
Yeah,
is?
let's not get into a back and forth. We can ask our
the
police chief for
as
the
well-
next meeting.
For the next meeting, too, to comment on that, but yes, hypothetically, yes, someone could purchase and stand on the sidewalk and it would be illegal. And then that would be up to police enforcement. I have to look, and I'm gonna look to see, well, they'll answer that, because I think they'll answer any hours for the gaming would be covered probably in them. Go ahead. sir.
Yes. I just wanted to comment about, one of the comments was made concerning crime and safety within the facility. Both of the letters I'm going to read from were part of the record. They were put up on the screen earlier by Chris Kalachevsky. The one I'm reading from first is from Matthew F. Walsh, Chief of Police of the Village of Tinley Park, and it's dated November 15th, 2022. It says in part that Gas and Wash operates 2 motor vehicle facilities within my jurisdiction as Chief of Police. Both facilities have truck fueling as well as auto fueling, and each facility has a convenience store, car wash, and video gaming terminals. Tinley Park has not experienced any criminal activity directly related to these operations. I believe that Gas and Wash fueling centers are well-managed, well-lit, clean, and safe. Some people may be of the opinion that truck fueling and video gaming draw unwanted guests, but that has not been our experience. I believe that the video gaming terminals make the convenience store safer since there are usually people in the store at night in addition to the lonely checkout clerk. More people on site at any given time are generally a deterrent to crime. The other letter I wish to read from is from Philip Arnold, Chief of Police of the Village of Shorewood, and this was a letter related to a facility that we were proposing at a different location, and the letter itself goes back to 2022, November 17th. And one sentence in the letter I think kind of sums it all up. It says, since the opening of this facility in Shorewood, we have seen no increase in criminal activity in the area. And I know Alex Cougar can comment on that as it relates to other facilities that we have, but it's my understanding that there has been no increase in criminal activity at the Gas and Wash locations other than perhaps the occasional shoplifting or whatever would happen typically in a convenience store. And I'd have Alex address that also. Thank you.
So you're not citing a study, just a couple of testimonials?
Yes.
And Tinley Park is not open 24/7.
Okay, you guys can bring your next speaker up.
I wanted to clarify 2 things before, because there were questions asked that aren't going to probably be addressed right now, because they'll be addressed later. One of the questions was, how does gaming not affect the essential character of this neighborhood? Essentially, that's up for the Planning Commission to decide when making their determination. So I don't think that they'll answer it yes or no right now, because that'll be part of the deliberation, and they make that determination if that standard was met. The petitioner can have certainly addressed that if they want to as well. And then the other question was, asking the plan commissioners if they've gone out to site and looked at it. I think they can address it when they're making their discussion versus then just answering right now. So I didn't want you to think we were ignoring those questions. It just will likely be more appropriate for them to address them during their time to talk. So, before I go on to the petitioners. Go ahead, guys.
Again, we have a couple of questions that relate to different areas of expertise, and we'll direct those accordingly. The one question was a 16-foot high canopy, the bright signage. We do have signs on this face. We're proposing on this and on this side, and then 2 signs on this building here, 1 on this side of the car wash. And then we also have informational signage on this side of the canopy. The signs are not glaring, they're not LED bulbs visible, they're all illuminated backlit signs, all within the photometric requirements of the village. We talked about 24. Going to have you, Andrew, reiterate on the $14,000 and traffic after dinner, et cetera. Zoning surrounded by residentials, we've talked about that as well. Skipping ahead to that one exhibit, we will expand the location on Harlem, has a CFL canopy, and the homes are directly, it's very similar to this arrangement. Actually, the car wash is on this side of the store. The CFLs are right behind. The residences are here and here. So we will expand that image for everyone to see that. The truck hours, I think, if you could just maybe clarify one more time on that. Accident data, Andrew, if you could expound on that. The health risk study, we submit our drawings to the authorities having jurisdiction, and they look at those items in their review. Also, that's the purpose of the IEPA, Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, as well as US EPA. Studies done for investment purposes, I'll let you address that if you want to. There was a specific question, Alex, about drive-through hours, gaming, hours. Well, consume alcohol on site, that's already been answered. Was Dundee considered? We'll look at that. Okay, perfect. Again, questions, who are the investors? That's a different thing. So I think that's it, if we want to have.
Can you address with the lights, with the photometric, what are can you just state for the record what the foot candles are outside the property lines?
Certainly.
Just because it's harder to read and maybe people aren't familiar with reading photometric plans. That might be helpful to clarify the lights from the canopy and. Sure, no problem. I just think that might help clarify that issue.
All right, 14,000 vehicles is not unique vehicles. That's not a number of people. That's like a vehicle passing. So if you were to drive down Hintz Road and then come back, that would count twice. So that is just vehicle trips. And that number is specifically on Hintz Road at the frontage. So it doesn't include traffic on Buffalo Grove Road or on Windsor Road. It's just on the site front there. That's how many vehicles pass by throughout a day. Going more with that, we did 6-hour counts, and that's where we got our peak hour numbers. But the 14,000 comes from the state. IDOT does 24-hour counts and determines an average amount of traffic. And so that is what they say, according to IDOT, the amount of traffic that will be on there on an average day. Our counts indicated that there was approximately 7,000 to 8,000 vehicles on Hintz Road during the 6-hour period we surveyed. So it is true that a lot of the vehicles are concentrated in these peak hours, but that number, that 14,000, is real. It is the actual amount of traffic on that roadway. Next, the crash data that we have, that is also provided by the state. That comes from IDOT. We make requests to them and they provide it. They get their data from police reports. So if you have an unreported crash, obviously we can't include that, but that is the source of our data. I wanted to clarify also that the intersections that had more than an average of 1 crash per year were Hintz Road with Buffalo Grove Road, Hintz Road with Old Buffalo Grove Road, and then Hintz Road with Waterman. Even those, though, still only had an average of about 2 to 3 crashes per year, which is still fairly low. The intersections we counted as part of our study included all along Hintz Road between Buffalo Grove Road to the west and Waterman to the east. And then we also included the intersections, all of the intersections of Old Buffalo Grove Road between Buffalo Grove Road and Hintz Road. We found that, at the edges of that survey area, the traffic from the development was already having a minimal impact, so that that impact is just going to go down the further you get away from the site.
Okay. Yeah, and what he's reading off of is the 157-page traffic report with all the data from the state that is also in the agenda packet that you can find online.
Exciting reading.
It's a page turner. While Chris looks up that the photometrics, I'll go ahead and present. On behalf of the petitioner, I just want to say thank you to all the community members that came out today. Some really great questions and dialogue tonight. Apparent that you guys care deeply about this community and what makes it so great. The truck hours, again, as I said earlier, we're going to work, I don't know if someone didn't hear me, but we're going to work with the Plan Commission, with Wheeling, to make sure we set appropriate hours for that truck access, and we're calling it truck access, box truck, landscapers, et cetera, so we service the need and at the same time close that site. And as stated over and over, after 10 p.m., this is true for all our sites, they're all very slow, right? It's not like we've got massive amounts of traffic after 7 p.m. Investors, and Chris misspoke a little earlier, there's kind of no outsider. I think the point was international investors in this project. It's family-run, privately held company, so I wanted to make that as a point of clarification. The Dundee site, that is not a site we've reviewed. We've been focused on this site. We think it fits well, the kind of niche that Gas and Wash has created. Environmental, specific to what I mentioned earlier, that clean out was done by a third-party environmental firm called Eckert Environmental. They came out last summer and did remediation on the site to make sure that when we did our phase 2, that all that was found was removed. So if there's further questions, I can provide that as a document from Eckert Environmental, all the work that was done. As Lyman mentioned earlier, typically, the biggest issue for us, and not atypical in a retail business, is shrink. Someone takes an extra slice of pizza or steals a Snickers bar. That's not atypical, but other than that, everything Lyman said earlier, I won't reiterate. I know that you guys have said, have we checked it out? I hope that you guys, we're not too far away from our Green Oak site. Someone earlier incorrectly stated that we're building it. It's open, it's operational. I hope you guys take the time and to go see Green Oaks, to see the type of operators we are, to visit the convenience store, and hopefully if you do that, you can come back with any questions about the business that Gas and Wash runs and the pride that we have in our operations. As I mentioned earlier, the clean bathrooms, the product selection, the quality of the car wash. We take a lot of pride in our staff as well. We take a lot of time to hire the right people as well. So just an invitation to check out our Green Oak site and visit a Gas and Wash to make it more tangible.
I apologize. I've been trying to get into my drive at work, and I can't, because the copy I have is a little bit blurry, and I don't want to guess at the photometrics, so I can provide that like 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, an actual clear copy of that.
Sure, that, we can provide that or include it in the next submission too, a clarified statement on that, so, okay. I don't know if we can read this.
Okay, did we?
Did you, okay.
Can the gambling question be answered if you have an answer to that?
So as Ross stated earlier, we'll follow what the Illinois Gaming Board allows, and we do have gaming at numerous of our sites, right? And it's a part of our typical business, so we would likely apply.
And
Just so we do have the photometric number, we had that in one of our staff reports.
Okay.
And I can report that the proposed lighting levels at the property line fall under 1 foot candle. So that is below village standards.
So for the novice, what foot candle means?
So,
Can you explain what a foot candle means? If it can.
It is a unit of measure. It's an established unit of measure for evaluating the level of light. It's only done through calculations regarding how intense the light is, how high it is above the ground, and that nature, and it is verified out in the field with there is a meter that we can utilize, which indicates the foot candles.
oh, he can let him answer.
Just to make it real simple and maybe understandable, it's the amount of light that a candle holds up or projects if you put a 1 foot box around it. And so that's the amount of light. So that's how dim that is.
Just an average street light typically produces 0.3 to 1.2 foot candles based on the height that they are above the ground.
There was a question about if and when the dry cleaner remediation occurred on the site.
He addressed it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that, sorry.
said it was last summer and can produce that document.
Mallory, what are we doing?
Okay, so the next thing would be to make the motion to continue to the 12th, right?
Can't do it next week?
No, has to be to,
Why?
no, wait, they don't want to do that, no.
Okay. No,
June 12th.
The next PC meeting.
Well,
Okay.
I'm assuming the last.
just go ahead, put on.
Saying that there was no studies done for.
We're not doing it. No.
I'm sorry, we have to wrap this up, because
It's
The,
fine.
the last question, I mean, I think that they addressed the parts of it, I guess to the extent that you can interpret that, but we can't make every single question be answered.
Okay, so motion to continue. Well, we'll have to do that for all.
Anything that was on the site, right? So the traffic study I know is out there, and anything else that was already out there, yeah?
Anything else, they haven't submitted anything else for consideration as far as any other studies, only what's been in the packet. And obviously, if they do have anything else that they submit, it'll be included in the next packet.
Commission open for motions?
Yes.
I would like to move that we continue this.
Can you speak louder, please?
Yes. I would move that we continue this, all of the open matters, to the next scheduled Plan Commission meeting, June 12th.
I second.
One at a time?
No.
June 12th.
June 12th. The Wednesday.
It's the next regularly
It's the
scheduled
next
meeting.
regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Casper votes yes. Commissioner Heiken?
Yes.
Chairman Johnson?
Yes.
Do we close the public hearing?
That, no, because it's still, the public hearing's still open, and that's why we're continuing it to a date certain.
Okay.
Oh, we're not. Can you give me 1 second?
And again, so, just so the public heard, the next time this matter will be considered by the Plan Commission will be Wednesday, June 12th. Our meetings start at 6:30 PM. There will likely be, similar to before, other matters before that, and then we'll get to that. The agenda is generally posted the Thursday before?
Yes.
Thursday before that meeting on the village's website. So it will have all the records that were part of the petition here, the presentation that was presented, that will be attached as well. And so that you'll be able to access all that. If you are planning to be a person who's introducing evidence for the Plan Commission to consider, you can submit that in advance so that the Plan Commission can have it, as of, before the hearing for consideration. So you can do that by emailing Marcy or the village, or dropping it off at the village and letting us know. You could leave it, if you have it today, you can leave it, or emailing it to us. So just want to let you know that in advance, we would be able to take that, and that way that could be distributed in the packet as well as part of the, because you'd be introducing it into the public record, it would be part of the packet as well.
And Mallory, we'll still have the.
And we'll still have your sign-in sheet as well for the public comment portion. I know a number of you signed up and asked questions, but you will still be given your opportunity to speak, either giving evidence or as general public comment. And we have that sign-in, so you won't have to re-sign in at the next meeting, but obviously if there's new people, they will be able to sign in, but we'll make that announcement again at the beginning, just so you don't have to. For evidence and the general public comment, yes. But the question and part of the public hearing is over. We're moving on to the next portions, the next two. But general public, they'll be able to introduce general public comment in that time. So, and if there's a question in there, obviously, because the petitioner will have a chance to do a final rebuttal. Okay? All right.
We have to move on.
Yeah, we still have to do the
Okay,
minutes and the adjourning.
So we have approval of minutes of the regular meeting.
Give me 1 second. Sorry.
I just didn't want you guys to stick around any longer than you had to, so.
So moved.
Okay, I'm ready.
Approval of minutes of the regular meeting of May 8th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Heiken. Do all in favor.
Motion to adjourn. Commissioner Meyer?
No, that's to approve the
Motion to
minutes.
approve. Full of minutes.
It's late.
Our meeting is still continuing. We need everybody to leave quietly. Hello, our meeting is still continuing. Excuse me. Our meeting is still continuing. We need everybody to leave quietly.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Commissioner Heiken?
Yes.
Commissioner Riles?
Yes.
Commissioner Casper votes yes. Commissioner Smart?
Yes.
Chairman Johnson?
'Yes. Other business. Ms. Nyes?
None.
No, no. Let's skip other business
Anybody?
tonight.
No other business down at that end?
No other business.
Nothing?
No, sir.
No.
Happy Memorial Day weekend coming up.
Yes. Be safe. All right, motion to adjourn.
So, yeah, second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.